Post down there. I have my.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We'll begin with our land acknowledgement. At the Township of Southorn, we recognize the following land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather and which the Township of Southorn operates is part of the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples have been inhabiting and caring for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Ojibwe or Chippewas peoples. This territory is covered by the Lake Simcoe Treaty 16 and the J. Collins land purchase. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. Approval of the agenda, Madam Clerk.
I believe we'll probably do Canada.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's right. Oh, Canada, please.
We stand on God, glorious and free. Oh, we stand on God, for thee. Oh, God. We stand on God.
Thank you. Approval of the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Motion reads that the agenda be adopted.
Mover in a second. Taylor, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We have three presentations today. Please be advised that in accordance with Council's procedural bylaw, no decision will be made on the delegations. The committee will do one of the following: that the matter be referred to staff for a report, that the matter be referred to the mayor for consideration during the budget, or we take no action. First is Debbie Southorn, Royal Canadian Legion, Coldwater, presentation of Friendship Award. Welcome. John, come on up.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John O'Hara. I'm from the Coldwater Legion, and we've dealt with the township for many occasions, and the Royal Canadian Legion, through an application and approval process, is allowed to provide what they call a friendship award to deserving recipients. This process starts at the branch and escalates for approvals through to Dominion Command. The Friendship Award is presented to approved community partners that have contributed to the ongoing success of our business goal, which is to honor and support our veterans, residents, and the community. The mayor, deputy mayor, and members of Southorn Council and staff have taken every opportunity to advance the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 270 goals through various activities, actively helping with parade organizing, participating in events, last-minute road closures, many calls for clarification to the staff, advocating for and assisting with the cost for a fallen soldier memorial crosswalk on Main Street, Coldwater at the library, which is going to be refreshed this year, advocating for a community safe area at 270, and the overall responsiveness to the needs and operations of our branch. With gratitude, we like to present this Friendship Award to Southorn Township today. Mike, You have your over, please. So Norm's got this award for you. Okay. Okay. Just a second, Mike. Okay, and we'd also like to take this also like to take this opportunity to present a certificate of appreciation to Deputy Mayor Judith Cox for her ongoing support of Coldwater Branch 270. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm hugging everybody.
So may these community partnerships continue into the future. Once again, thank you all for all the work you've done. Oh, okay. Well, I'll get in behind you.
There we
go. Okay, that's better.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. All the stuff you helped with.
Everybody's coming in. Okay, right? Yeah.
All moving up. Moving on up to. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Before you go, I just want to say something.
Oh, okay.
Let me get up to the mic so I can. Just before you leave, I just want to take a minute just to thank each and every one of you for what you do, not only for Coldwater, but our whole township and beyond. So your volunteers, the amount of hours that you spend and you dedicate to this municipality hasn't gone unnoticed. I can't thank you enough. Thank you for everything.
I'm checking my.
Deputy Mayor Cox wants to say.
I have to have mine in. I too want to thank, you're always there, have been ever since the inception of a Legion in Coldwater. You are always there to help the veterans, the children, everyone, you're there. And the community really appreciates it. Your place has now become a hub, a gathering spot, I think you can probably say. The role of the Legion has changed over the years, I know, and it just is a good unit and you're so helpful. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day. And thank you for this. So next up, we have Diane Porteous. Did I pronounce it properly? Thank you. Oh, Wendy's gonna do it. Hi, Wendy. How are you doing? Good. How are you? So the CFUW Orillia Intimate Partner Violence Presentation.
Can everyone hear me? No? Is it on? Oh, I have to Is this okay? No. Really? Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's off. It doesn't. So is everyone can hear me now? What more can I do? Oh, no, now I can't see my note. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I can't see anything. Good morning, Mayor Burkett and Severn councillors. My name is Wendy Taylor, and I am a Severn resident and a member of CFUW Orillia. Diane Porteous, who is here with me today, is the president of CFUW Orillia. CFUW Orillia is a local women's organization who believe in education, advocacy, and equality. Our club has over 120 members and is part of a national organization with more than 6,700 members across Canada. Today's deputation is about intimate partner violence and why it must be declared an epidemic. As we stand before you, we dedicate this presentation to all the women and children whose lives have been cut short or forever altered due to intimate partner violence, and to those who still live in fear and under threat of violence. We will not stop advocating for you and will always walk with you. We also recognized yesterday, May 5th, as the National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirit People. Next slide. Today's deputation is in partnership with Greenhaven Shelter for Women. We are grateful for the support of North Simcoe Victim Services, Beeman Zojan Regional Aboriginal Women's Circle, BROC, Ontario Association of Interval and Transition Houses, both, the Lighthouse, and the Simcoe Area Women's Institute. You will notice that many people here today are wearing purple, and I know my counselor, Phil Brennan, is wearing purple. Thank you. Purple is recognized as a symbol of solidarity with survivors of intimate partner violence and helps bring attention to the issue. Next slide. Today, we are asking Council to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic in the Township of Severn. 112 municipalities across Ontario have already taken this step. A declaration does not require a financial commitment from the municipality. Rather, it recognizes the seriousness of the issue, raises awareness, and supports the organizations working directly with victims and families. To understand why this declaration matters, it is important to briefly look at the broader context of violence against women in Canada. Slide. December 6, 1989 remains one of the most tragic events in Canadian history. 14 women, were murdered at Montreal's École Polytechnique simply because they were women. This event forced Canada to confront the reality of violence against women and led to the creation in 1991 of the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. While this tragedy occurred decades ago, violence against women continues today, including in our own communities. Next slide. Gender-based violence refers to violence that is rooted in gender inequality and power imbalance. It includes many forms of abuse, including harassment, sexual violence, coercive control, and exploitation. One of the most common forms of gender-based violence is intimate partner violence, IPV, can occur in both opposite sex and same-sex relationships. It is not gender neutral, but most victims are female, and 91% of the perpetrators are men. A particularly dangerous form of intimate partner violence is coercive control, which involves patterns of intimidation and manipulation used to control a partner, including threats to pets and children. Research consistently shows that coercive control is one of the strongest predictors of femicide. Slide. In 2015, 3 women in Renfrew County were murdered by a former partner. The CWK inquest, as it was titled after the initials of the last names of the victims, was hailed by experts as a gift of solutions, producing 86 recommendations to improve responses to intimate partner violence. The first recommendation was that the Government of Ontario should formally declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. Another critical recommendation was encourage that IPV be integrated into every municipality's community safety and well-being plan. Although the province has not yet taken that step, municipalities across Ontario have begun to act. In refusing to call out IPV as an epidemic, the Ontario government says epidemic refers only to an infectious disease. Slide. Let's now share some startling Canadian statistics. All our stats are fully supported by research, and a complete bibliography is available as the last slide in this deputation. The first fact, 33% of Canadian women equals 4.7 million women. For women who live in mainly rural communities like Severn, leaving an abusive relationship can be difficult. Isolation, limited transportation, lack of childcare, and affordable housing shortages all create barriers to safety. There is also the challenge that everyone knows one another, which can make reporting abuse very difficult. These factors increase the vulnerability of victims in rural communities. All these national stats remind us that this is not an isolated issue. It is a widespread and persistent problem. I will now share IPV stats from the OPP, North Simcoe Victim Services, and Greenhaven. Next slide. According to the 2024 OPP annual report, under their community section, in 2024, there was an 18% increase in intimate partner violence victims compared to the previous year. The OPP has introduced the role of detachment abuse issues investigators who confirm that IPV rates in our region exceed the provincial average. Simcoe County currently has 2 officers in this role. Locally, IPV is grouped within broader mental health statistics, alongside suicides, hoarding, and crisis calls, masking its true scope. It is also estimated that 80% of those experiencing IPV do not report it to the police due to beliefs that it is a private matter, feeling it is not serious enough, fear of stigma or shame, lack of trust in the justice system. Next slide. North Simcoe Victim Services provides support to victims of crime and traumatic events throughout the region. Their stats show that calls related to intimate partner violence increased 64% in just 2 years. As already stated, approximately 4 out of 5 victims do not report intimate partner violence, meaning the true number is significantly higher. Next slide. Greenhaven Women's Shelter serves both Orillia and the surrounding region, including Severn. We are aware that the Township of Severn has recently had a presentation from Greenhaven Women's Shelter. We would like to thank you for your support, financial support that you have given them. As you can see from the chart, they handled over 1,000 crisis calls last year. However, we cannot ignore the fact that because of limited capacity, 209 women seeking help had to be referred elsewhere to shelters far outside of their community. As Greenhaven has only 14 rooms and stays often last 6 to 8 weeks. These numbers illustrate the growing demand for services. When a woman decides to leave her home, she essentially becomes homeless. Women who try to access a shelter either through Greenhaven or the Lighthouse, although they both offer emergency shelter to women, they are usually at capacity, and the Lighthouse does not house children. These women often have jobs, children in school, and are bound to this community. Dependent children often experience emotional distress and school is often a familiar safety net for them. If she cannot find the safe place she needs in her community, she may turn to family or friends, in some cases making her more vulnerable. Next slide. The Canadian federal government's acknowledgement follows calls to treat IPV as a widespread, non-communicable crisis requiring urgent society-wide action. AMO's declaration states that the municipal governments are key partners in responding to issues of intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, and violence against Indigenous women. Next slide. This map of Ontario denotes those communities and municipalities which have declared intimate partner violence an epidemic. These municipalities represent approximately 70% of the population of Ontario. As more and more municipalities declare intimate partner violence an epidemic, the people of Ontario are putting pressure on the province to act. Next slide. These declarations from nearby communities underscore what we know. Intimate partner violence is a critical issue. As of April 13th, Romero Township has been added, and on April 22nd, Oromodonte was also added. Next slide, please. By declaring IPV as an epidemic, Severn can join the growing number of municipalities and regions in demanding action from all levels of government to address this. By endorsing the declaration today, you would be joining advocates in 112 other municipalities from around the province. The concept is meant to shine a light on the issue and drive the provincial government to action. In the words of Brock Executive Director Candace Hawk, by supporting this initiative, it would demonstrate to victims that community leaders recognize this and are aiming to reduce the stigma associated with victims leaving violent relationships. A declaration as such would make significant steps in raising awareness of the ongoing need for resources and supports to be made available to the community. Next slide. As our letter of support from Kim Nishaw, Executive Director of North Simcoe Victim Services states, North Simcoe Victim Services wholeheartedly support the initiative advocated by CFUW Orillia to declare an intimate partner violence crisis in our region. Our stats alone for calls for support for victims of intimate partner violence have increased 64% from 2023 to 2025. Those in abusive relations can feel hopeless and isolated, but a declaration of intimate partner violence as an epidemic can help change that. You would be sending a message that survivors are seen, they matter, and they are not alone, and there is hope. Oh, I don't have a slide. Okay. This is from Dale Rowe, Executive Director of the Lighthouse, to Mayor Burkett and Severn Township Council. The Lighthouse endorses the deputation by CFUW Orillia to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. We applaud the effort to encourage stronger and coordinated action to address the violence faced by women and gender diverse individuals. Homelessness does not exist in isolation. It is closely tied to gender-based violence, poverty, mental health, addictions, and systemic inequalities. Many women become homeless as a direct result of fleeing abusive situations, only to encounter further danger on the streets. It will take a full community response to improve the situation, and we appreciate Severn Township's Council's consideration to declare intimate partner violence as a step forward in creating solutions. We respectfully ask the Severn Council to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. This declaration would demonstrate leadership, raise awareness, and support frontline organizations in our community. It would also align Severn with municipalities across Ontario, recognizing the urgency of this issue. Such a declaration sends a powerful message. Survivors are seen, They matter, and they are not alone. There is no cost to this action. We also encourage council to write to neighboring municipalities that have not yet made this declaration and the county of Simcoe, and urge the province of Ontario to recognize intimate partner violence as an epidemic. Should you proceed, we would be pleased to offer advocacy suggestions and work alongside staff to support next steps. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to us, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wendy, that was an amazing presentation. The statistics are staggering,
They are.
staggering.
It's the-
Again,
yeah,
your whole group are volunteers. Thank you for taking the charge. And it's only through education and allowing us all to realize what's happening behind our backs.
yeah,
And it can't happen. It can't go on.
no,
I think I can speak on behalf of our council, 110% support for whatever we can do to help.
thank you very much.
Any questions, council? Deputy Mayor Cox.
I just like to put a motion forward, and I think we can waive our procedural bylaw to do the motion today to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Jansen.
Thank you very much, Wendy, for your presentation. It's very moving seeing those numbers. I was at a red dress event just yesterday with my daughter, and to think the world that she's growing up in. Anything above 0 is too much.
Yeah.
Right? That's the reality of the situation. So anything we can do as a council to bring it from the shadow to the light, I think is exactly what we need to do. I guess maybe one question I have, whether that's for staff, is do we have a community safety plan, and does it have the intimate partner violence piece in the community safety plan? And if not, is that something we can look at down the road as well?
Thank you. I'm going to have to do a quick search here. It's about an 80-page document, so I'll have to double check, but we definitely have a community safety plan. It's joint with Vermeer, Orillia, and Oro-Medonte. It's the Couchiching Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. So I can double check and we can take that.
Councillor Minnings.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you for your presentation, and also to Greenhaven, who came, as mentioned before. It is, I'm glad you're keeping it front and center. My question is around the motion, which I totally support. I'm pleased to do that. Is you had mentioned at the closing of your remarks that you would be pleased to offer advocacy suggestions and work alongside staff next steps. I'm wondering if that direction needs to also be embedded in the motion from council regarding next steps for staff, and what those, in that direction to staff to do that.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. We are happy to work with these lovely ladies to push this as much as we can. Do not need council direction to do so. If council would like to ensure that it's in the motion, that's entirely within council's purview to do. However, staff are happy to reach out and work with these ladies on this effort.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, Wendy. Wendy, have your group sent this to the county of Simcoe? Sorry.
I probably, you can answer.
Because that's something maybe the mayor and I can help push.
So I'm Heather Lewis. I'm
Hi,
the
Heather.
Hi. So I'm the chair of the Intimate Partner Violence Committee. So I've sent a request for a deputation to
Okay.
the county of Simcoe.
Perfect.
I do not have confirmation on that.
Okay.
So the request was for June 9th. So anything you can do to
Yep.
get confirmation on that.
Yeah.
I just would comment, I made a list of the 16 municipalities in the county of Simcoe, and only Ramera and Oro-Medonte, and I mean Barrie, however that fits within the county of Simcoe, have officially made declarations. There are 2 municipalities that have, and Orillia, that have supported others' declarations. Which the question arises, does supporting somebody else's declaration mean that you have declared yourself, which is the reason that we are going back to Orillia, May 25th. So.
Well, the mayor and I will definitely poke, and we will definitely talk to the other mayors and deputy mayors at county council about this and ask them if they could each do their own support, so that increases our numbers of municipalities in Ontario to show the province how this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And due to some help down the table here, I'm happy to advise that it is in our 2025 to 2029 Couchiching Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. So that covers Bromera, Oromodonte, and Orillia, as well as us. So page 23 says, during our engagement with community members and service providers, we heard many thoughtful and meaningful ideas. While not all are reflected in this version of the plan, they remain important. Some are already underway, some need more time and resources, and some may inform future planning. These priorities are included here so they are not forgotten and may guide future work, support, and others in shaping initiatives or be part of a future plan update. And the first one on the list is pathways to safety for victims of intimate partner and gender-based violence. The absence of articulated strategy in the refresh plan does not diminish the keen awareness that we need to work with the community partners to improve access and get outcomes for those at risk and victims. So it is in our plan and a push for the future.
Councillor Minix.
Thank you through the mayor. Thank you, Allison, for reading that. So just for the presenters and for Heather, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, although I'm not involved with it now, I was at the inception, and there are a number of tables that are represented in the community, in the Couchiching one. And I would encourage you to get in touch with them directly about that plan if you're not already part of those tables. Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? Ladies, before you leave, would you like a photo?
Oh, yeah.
I think we, all the ladies up here, like we'll just, okay, let's do a move. Oh, sorry. And then we'll do.
Yeah, we want your motion first. We want your motion.
You want to speak?
Thank you through the mayor. Just a great presentation, Wendy. I'm stunned by the numbers and the increase from 2002 to presently.
Yeah.
64% is ridiculous in my opinion. As everybody up here has said, I'm in full support of moving this forward today, as the deputy had brought forward to the clerk. So great presentation. And like I said, I'm surprised by the terrible numbers. So
Yeah.
whatever we can do to support from this table up here, I would be fully behind that. So
Yeah.
thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Okay, motion, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the first motion is that section 38.6 of the Township of Severn's procedural bylaw 25-56 be waived.
By Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Jansen. All in favor? It's carried.
Thank you. You got one more.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we have one.
Just waive the procedures.
Okay, the second motion is that the council of the Township of Severn declares intimate partner violence, IPV, an epidemic and encourages the province of Ontario to recognize IPV as an epidemic.
By Councillor Brennan, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Oh, sorry.
Got it, girl.
Councillor Jansen, sorry. Okay.
Can be sent to other municipalities.
I think you'll get full support at the County of Simcoe. There won't be a municipality. They will just have to, they may not all be aware, or did you send something out already to each?
I've only sent the deputation request. Yeah.
Okay, so you haven't heard back from them yet.
I heard that it was pending.
Pending. Okay, well, we'll take care of that on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So if you want to gather all up here, ladies, and maybe
I
we'll just stand in be.
I just wanted to thank you on behalf of all of the people behind me. And we are a committee of 5 that have worked on this, and I'm just overwhelmed by your support, and thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Yes.
All the work that you've done in bringing it to our attention.
And I'm sure all the people out there who are experiencing this are thanking all of us too
Yeah.
for helping them and being there for them.
Thank you.
I just wanted to also thank on behalf of Greenhaven Shelter for Women. That's okay. I'm Krista Story. I'm the executive director of Greenhaven Shelter for Women. I want to thank all of these women for all of the hard work that they have put into this presentation. And absolutely, once again, thank you to Severn Township for all of your support. So thank you.
You want to be in the picture. If you don't, that's fine. But we'd love to show the numbers. How many people care? Best township ever. I know. Well, you, that's right. That's why I'm not moving. Right. High ground.
Run the high ground.
I gotta get more travel. Yeah. Here.
Come on up, ladies. Come on up.
You're good. And gentlemen, Heather, go. Shoulder to shoulder. Go ahead. Come on, how to do it. Come on.
How are you?
Good. Feel like, how are you feeling?
I'm ready to be done. Tomorrow.
Really?
4 weeks, who knows? Seems like there's a lot of people who are willing to help. Yeah.
Shoulder to shoulder.
I just an obvious spot.
You know what? That's it. Move on. You got it. You got shoulder. If you just get in between, yeah. Fine. Yeah, I got it. I could see. Thank you.
Wear your sweater.
Hi, Lynn. How are you? You survived.
I said,
Josh Morgan has a presentation. Welcome, Josh.
Good morning, everyone. I'm humbled. I believe we're on now. I'll just wait for, I think Allison will likely be bringing my presentation up here.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me today. My name is Josh Morgan. I'm a registered professional planner. I've appeared before your council and committee of adjustment on dozens of occasions over the last 15 years, and probably at least 4 or 5 times in front of this council on this application specifically. So just to establish the, I suppose, like the baseline or the reason why we're here, we're requesting the extension of a draft plan of subdivision, which was originally approved 6 years ago. It was in 2020. That draft plan approval would permit the development of 40 townhouse units. The process by which we have requested draft plan extensions has changed, which is why I'm in front of yourselves today. In the past, we've just submitted a letter explaining the background of the approval and requesting an extension. I understand that policy at the municipality has changed and now requests that the applicants appear before council to explain or to make a formal request, right? And it would allow council to ask questions of the applicant, me. So that's why I'm here. So I think everyone's familiar with the property. It's 2627 Grand Tamarack Crescent. It's within the West Shore settlement area. That's an old aerial image I now recognize. The Tim Hortons is just to the north and the west corner. Sort of Weber's is just to the south. So this is just off the highway in the middle of the West Shore settlement area. Next slide, please. So we have, I suppose the delegation has 2 purposes. I'm making 2 specific requests. The first request is that Township Council pass a resolution to endorse a 3-year extension to the draft plan of subdivision for the Gateway North subdivision. Again, this is a 40-unit, will become a 40-unit townhouse development. And the second request is that Township Council pass a resolution endorsing a 3-year extension of the servicing allocation for the Gateway North subdivision. Next slide, please. And just to speak to the project chronology, which I've already touched on a little bit, it was in August of 2020 that the draft plan of subdivision was approved by the County of Simcoe, and that was a 3-year approval. And then just a couple of months later, in October of 2020, a zoning bylaw amendment was approved on the property by the Township of Severn, of course. And the developable areas of the property were rezoned to a multiple residential zone, the RM1 -12 zone, with a holding provision on it. The holding provision will be removed following the execution of a development agreement, essentially a subdivision agreement, and confirmation that there's sufficient municipal water and sanitary servicing capacity. So I just want to be clear that the property is zoned for the use. So we're not here to sort of relitigate whether or not this property will be developed with the townhouse project. Really what we're talking about is just the tenure of ownership here, which is the subdivision approval. So we're looking to extend the subdivision approval, which would allow, when these are built, for them to be sold individually, each one of the 40 units. The development will proceed as the zoning permits. So the zoning allows it to be built. The question of the subdivision is just whether or not the developer can sell the units individually or not. That's it. So we're not here to talk about zoning, just here to talk about extending the draft plan of subdivision approval. In July of 2023, so just shy of 3 years ago, I submitted a letter requesting the first 3-year extension, which was granted. And then, of course, today we're here to request an additional 3 years. And really, just to get in front of the questions, the economy is not favorable for development right now. Many of the applications which we're seeing in my office right now, you know, we're working our way through the approval processes, but a lot of our clients just aren't building right now. So this is just a perfect sort of reflection of that, really. It's not a matter of whether it will be built, it's just a matter of when it will be built. Next slide, please. I'll be brief on this. So it's approximately a 6-acre parcel of land It's currently vacant. Of course, it's within the West Shore settlement area. This is the second phase of a two-phase development. The first phase has already been built out. The property will ultimately be serviced by municipal water and municipal waste system, sanitary system. The property, as everyone on council I'm sure is aware, is within walking distance to a school, a place of worship, community amenities, and of course, within walking distance to Lake Couchiching. And as I mentioned, the property is already zoned to permit the development of a 40-unit residential townhouse project. Next slide, please. Just the surrounding land uses. So to the north, there's a block of townhouses, and then there's some single detached dwellings further to the north. To the east, so on the right side of the subject property, is Shadow Creek. That Shadow Creek area was conveyed to the municipality as part of the phase 1 approval. So that property is, or that creek is now owned by the municipality. To the south of the property is a portion of Shadow Creek, as well as an unopened municipal road allowance. You can see it coming across the bottom, sort of east to west there. And then to the west of the property are highway commercial uses, such as retail, a fast food establishment, a gas station, and of course the Tim Hortons franchise to the northwest. Next slide, please. So just my concluding remarks here. Again, the property is already zoned for a 40-unit residential townhouse project. The development will ultimately, in the fullness of time, be serviced by municipal sewer and municipal water. The property is within a designated settlement area, which is where the province and the county and the township are all directing this type of development to occur. A traffic impact study was submitted as part of the zoning amendment and the original subdivision application, and a clearance letter was issued by the Ministry of Transportation. So any concerns related to traffic have been addressed. Subject to appropriate tree removal timing, the development will satisfy the natural heritage policies of the province, the county, and the township. And an archaeological clearance letter was issued in 2010. So with that, it's my opinion that our request for a 3-year extension to the draft plan approval, together with our request for a similar extension to the servicing allocation, is appropriate and reasonable. And I hope that you will grant both of those requests, and I remain available to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Josh. Any questions, council? Councillor Minnings.
Hi, thank you through the mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I am the counselor in the area of this property, and I have some questions for you. So I'm just going to go from my prep notes, if that's okay. So when you came for subdivision approval extension 3 years ago, on the presentation, it was a numbered company, 1522417 Ontario Limited. Is that still the owner of this property?
I assume, Councillor Minnings, that the answer is yes. I can tell you that my clients are the same. So if they've changed the ownership structure of the property, I'm not sure, but the people that are the owners of the company that own this property are the same.
Okay, because on the presentation, it mentions common elements condominium. And so I guess my question is, if you're saying it's the same owners, my question would be for staff, whether or not that's a concern, whether the ownership legally or the company name has changed. And because are we dealing with the same application that was heard back in 2020 is my question.
I can just speak to that. The owners haven't changed. The proposal hasn't changed. And even if the owners had changed, the nature of the request would remain the same.
Okay, if you're saying the owners haven't changed, thank you. I took some pictures on your property or your client's property yesterday, and I shared them with staff and council. I'm not opposed to yet another extension. However, the way that this property's been left is not what's shown, and you acknowledge those pictures are very old. I'm looking to you, your clients, and to council and staff to enforce some kind of property standard for their large sea cans, storage containers that look like shipping containers off a train there. There are boards and garbage with nails, etc. left. There are big piles of gravel. There are felled trees that were clear cut probably in 2020 that are still left on the property, and black construction fencing, the fabric that backs onto the creek, which backs onto the homes on Timberline. And they're very beautiful homes, and there's a lot of pride of ownership in that neighborhood. However, the condition of this lot is unacceptable to me, and I would just like some assurance, and I don't know how to do that other than ask, or if we have to, what the support of council is. That I understand that the season economically may not be right to build. However, it's been sitting vacant, and I think in a condition that's unacceptable and certainly unsafe.
Sure. I'll just make a comment to that through the chairperson, the Councillor Minnings. Yeah, I'd be happy to engage with staff for any property standards breaches that may be present. I'm not aware of them. So I make that commitment to you publicly as a council. But what I would ask is that you proceed with the consideration of the request that we're making, because it is time sensitive. Once Township Council passes a resolution related to the extension, it then has to go to the County of Simcoe, because the County of Simcoe still has approval authority for subdivisions in Severn Township, as you know, and the draft plan approval expires in August of 2026. So we don't have time for negotiation and debate with the township on the property standards. That is something that my client will have to address, and we will do so. But we are requesting that council make a decision today.
If I could just speak before other members. So I do know the owners of this property, and sometimes, and I don't want to elaborate what happened, but sometimes in one's family and in the lives of these families, this family's had some huge hurdles in the last 5 or 6 years, and personal hurdles. And again, I don't want to say anything. I think in all fairness, this family has invested heavily in our community, and as Josh says, he will take care of the property standards issue. But I think in all fairness, I'm happy to support this, and I hope the other members are as well. And thank you for bringing those standards forward, Councillor Minnings.
Thank you. And yeah, as I said, I'm happy to support the extension. I wasn't going the property standards or the bylaw route. I was doing it as a good neighbor and just as a awareness that, you know, working together is certainly something we all want to do. And I don't think we need to know personal circumstances of families. It was just that this is an area that's in the middle of a residential area. And if the owners could do it, I certainly wouldn't want to put in a bylaw complaint. And I don't think it needs to go that route.
Yeah.
They are separate issues. It was an opportunity to go onto that property, like I do for most of the things that come on council, take a look. And that's when I saw these safety concerns that I had.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Message received. Thank you.
Any further comments? Councillor Jansen.
I guess my question may be to staff about procedural. You're asking that this extension be granted today, but Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, and apologies, Councillor Jansen. Staff are requesting this be referred for report. It will be brought back on May 20th. As council now meets as council for every meeting, it would be an immediate approval on May 20th. However, our planning staff want to make sure that council has their comments on it before they proceed with approval.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Yeah. Any further comments? Okay, thank you very much, Josh. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the motion will be that the delegation by Joshua Morgan, Principal Planner Morgan Planning on the Gateway North Subdivision be received and referred for report.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Minnings, second by Councillor McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I don't wish to pull it. I just want to take note of E 3.5. The oh, you're going to pull it anyway? Oh, okay then.
Sorry.
But I'll just throw out my comment now. I just wanted to thank staff for that report. We'd asked for it. It's all you can do in this province, and I thank you, Emily. It was well written.
Councillor Taylor,
Yeah, E 3.6, please.
Cox.
I'd just like to speak to E 3.2. Thank you very much, staff, for bringing forward the Bring Your BYOB events. I totally agree with your decision that this is not a safe thing to do. Our insurance pool has says it's not a safe thing to do. If you do not have a person who has a license, you don't know how much people are drinking, and if they leave your event, and no one knows what's going on, and we do not need any more drinking and driving. The other one is the Muskoka District Health Unit, Muskoka also said of the different health issues and safety issues. So I think if we just leave this alone and carry on the way we are, getting our own license if we're having an event is the perfect way to go. So thank you very much.
Any others? So, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry I didn't give you the heads, but I did speak to Ms. Woodrow this morning. And I just want some clarity on some of it. And there may not be any clarity. I don't know. 3.5, please. Okay. Pardon me? Sorry.
We pulled 3.9. We do. Yes, please.
Here's 3.9.
Oh, wait, I was looking at, maybe on one of the other provisions. My question was going to be about signage if we don't have alcohol in the park.
That's the one I was just talking to.
Yeah.
That's 3.2.
Okay, sorry. 3.2. Okay.
You want to
Want to pull it or just ask a question?
Well, I can ask, if I may, I'll ask
Go ahead.
right now. If we are going to not support alcohol in the park, are we going to post signs that there is no alcohol allowed in the park? And in public places? Who could speak for all this?
I believe Director Belfry's online.
Okay, Director Belfry. Good
Hi,
morning.
to answer Councillor's question, we are creating new signage, and we also have a new park bylaw that will be coming forward that will display no alcohol allowed. So,
And just to further that, will that be posted only in parks, or will that be part of our mantra anywhere? If you come into the township, you can't just pull up to a boat dock launch and have a beer. I just concern myself with how we're going to make it public that we're not in support of it. Maybe.
to answer the council, as we move along through, we're planning to bring forward an overall parks bylaw, which will touch on that matter, which will have prohibit alcohol in the areas around boat launches, and we'll create a signing program with that goes along with that. So that will be going to the Culture and Recreation Committee in the next few months, and then we'll bring it back for council endorsement.
Thanks, Craig.
Okay, any further? So I think, Madam Clerk, it's just 3.5 and 3.6, correct?
Correct. So the motion is that consent list for May 6, 2026 and recommendations contained therein be adopted as resolutions of council with the exception of items 3.5 and E 3.6.
Move in a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Minning, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you.
Okay. And
Okay.
the next motion is that we resolve in a committee of the whole.
Okay, move in a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Jansen. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So I'm chair today for the Committee of a Whole. Welcome, good morning. Today, there are 3 public meetings in accordance with the Planning Act. I'm pleased to advise that this meeting is being broadcast live on the Township's YouTube channel, where a recording of this meeting will be available. Notice of the meeting regarding application Z 25-18 was sent by first-class mail to all property owners within 120 meters, which is 400 feet, of the subject property. Signage was also posted on the subject property to provide information about the application. As the proposed township initiated application Z 26-06, Z 26-02, and OP-2601, for the amendments to the township zoning bylaw and official plan apply to all lands within the township. Notice of those public meetings was given in accordance with the Planning Act by posting on the township's website and social media channels. All of this was in conformance with the Planning Act process for a statutory public meeting for zoning bylaw and official plan amendment applications. The purpose of the public meeting, is to inform and provide the public and committee of the whole with an opportunity to ask questions or express views with respect to the proposal. The format of public meeting regarding Z 25-18 will be as follows. The applicant's agent will generally explain the purpose and effect of the application. Second, township staff can provide further information and clarify any statements of the applicant and/or their agent. Next, the public will be permitted to ask questions and express views on the proposal. And then the public portion of the meeting will be closed. And lastly, members of the committee will be given the opportunity to ask questions for clarification on the proposal and provide comments. The format of the public meetings regarding Z 26-06, Z 26-02, and official plan 26-01, the proposed township initiated amendment will be as follows. The township's consultants of MHBC Barry will explain the purpose and effect of the application. Next, the public will be permitted to ask questions and express views on the proposal, and then the public portion of the meeting will be closed. And lastly, members of the committee will be given the opportunity to ask questions for clarification on the proposal and provide comments. At the conclusion of each public meeting, the applicant, their agent, and if required, township staff or consultants will be given the opportunity to respond to the questions and comments received. No decision will be made today at the public meetings for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment applications. Following the meetings, the information obtained, including questions and comments submitted by members of the public and committee, will assist the township to determine next steps. The township is the approval authority for the proposed zoning bylaw amendments, for which this committee may recommend the bylaw to be considered at a future council meeting or ask for additional information prior to council's for the decision or for consideration. If in the future, the County of Simcoe, who is the approval authority for the official plan amendment application, and/or Township Council make a decision on the application by adopting recommendations from this committee, members of the public who have provided oral or written submission but disagree with the decisions may be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal under the Planning Act. Individuals attending the public meeting in person or by YouTube, Zoom, or telephone may email or call the township's planning department to submit contact information to receive notice of the decision of the applications. So our first public meeting now is for 20 Sheridan Drive, zoning bylaw amendment Z 25-18, and I'll call upon the applicant's agent, Daphne Couchiching from Innovative Planning Solutions to please present the information provided under item F 1.1 of the agenda package and explain the purpose and effect of the application. And good morning, Daphne.
Is that better? Okay, great. So it's a large site. It's almost 15 hectares, and a portion of the site of about 4 hectares is located in the settlement area. So our application is only concerning a portion of the site. You can see on this map sort of the bulk of the site and then the lands that are subject to this application. There's a long frontage along Sheridan. I apologize, there's a typo. It's not 62 meters. It's about 362 meter frontage along Sheridan. Sorry for that. And it's currently it's currently being used as agricultural lands, and there's also a residence and an accessory building, which would both be removed if this application proceeds. So we can go to the next slide. sorry, this is very hard to see, but just to give you a sense of the surrounding area, I'm sure people are familiar with Coldwater. It is a complete community, a number of amenities in the area. There's residential, recreational, commercial, institutional. So I think a good location for more housing that can access a lot of those existing amenities. Next slide. So the property, as mentioned, the portion of the property is located in the settlements area in both the county and township official plan, with the bulk being an agricultural designation. And accordingly, the zoning bylaw is a split between the R1 and the rural zone. It's actually very rare to see that the zoning was updated along with the official plan. So it's interesting that it's already zoned for residential. Go to the next slide. So this is the proposed layout for the property. It's 72 total units, 64 street townhouse units, and then 8 single detached units. The single detached units are the yellow units, and then the townhouses are the purple units. There's also an environmental protection block, which is for the Coldwater River. It's in the top right corner of that plan there. So there's the river running through. You can see maybe in the background, those 2 lines is the river, and then a buffer. So that'd be new environmental protection lands. And then the light green would be a new open space area adjacent to the river. There is a stormwater management pond, which is the blue area, which would be outside of the settlement area. That is permitted to have stormwater facilities outside of the settlement area. So just for clarification, the settlement area boundary is where the homes end, and then that stormwater pond would be just outside the settlement area. A new road network with the cul-de-sac to access the housing. And then on the far left side would be a road block in the event that the settlement area is expanded in the future. So just be sort of held there in case access is needed in the future. You can go to the next slide. So a request today, as mentioned, the existing zoning is rural and R1. We are proposing 5 zones for the property. So it'd be the R2 with special provisions, the RM1, residential multiple 1 with special provisions, open space, environmental protection, and then the rural would largely be just maintained as is. Next slide. Again, this map might be a little bit difficult to read, but just to show the different zonings that are proposed, it pretty much lines up with the site plan. There's the largest sort of pattern zone there is the RM zone that's proposed for the townhouses. And then there's sort of a hatched zoning below that, which would be for the single detached houses. The open space zones, as mentioned, are adjacent to the river there. And then the stormwater block is a change from rural to the open space zone. Everything else is R1 currently. And then in the bottom right corner of that map is where the environmental protection lands would be. And again, this is from R1 to environmental protection. Probably not very common that you see someone down zoning a property. Next slide. So there are a few site-specific provisions for the R2 and the RM1 zone. I'll just go through those individually. So for the R2, as mentioned, there's 8 single-family homes. You can see the blocks 12 and 13 are a little bit more space constrained sites because of the cul-de-sac. So mostly those site specific provisions for R2 are for those blocks. The lot coverage maximum is 30%, and we're requesting about 42%. So a slight increase in the lot coverage for those blocks. And then for lot 12, which is sort of an unusual block there, the front and rear yard setbacks are reduced. I do want to note there's no existing housing across Sheridan where those 2 lots are, so it wouldn't be impacting anyone's existing housing. It's currently vacant land across the street. And then obviously internal to the site would only impact people who are moving into this new development, and they would be aware of the site plan before moving in. For the RM1 zone, the maximum lot area is a reduction for those townhouses. The bylaw is about 15 years old at this point. It requires fairly large townhouse lot sizes compared to sort of what's become a standard. The idea is to provide more affordable housing, and you do that by providing more compact layout. They are street townhouses. There's a front yard, a backyard, driveway, so it's not. I don't feel like it's too cramped of a site, but we are requesting a slightly smaller lot area per townhouse unit. And then accordingly, the lot coverage, 35% is a very low lot coverage, especially for a townhouse. So we're requesting just a little over 50%. And then there's an exterior yard setback. It's only for lots that are internal to the site. So it's a reduction in those exterior yard setbacks. It would be the ones on the far left side of the plan as shown there. And then finally, the permitted uses. So right now the plan would be for sort of a standard townhouse of 2 or 3 stories. But we understand that market needs are shifting, and then in particular seniors would be looking for bungalows. So we're requesting for this RM1 zone to have some flexibility to in the future do bungalows instead of sort of a more dense townhouse development. The reason why we're asking for this in the zoning is because it's more difficult to amend zoning than the subdivision plan. We do have a draft plan that's submitted. So we would, if we were to change that lot layout to do bungalows, which would be larger lots, need to redline the subdivision, just to avoid having to redo the zoning. So to have that flexibility, it would be to a lower dense built form if it were to shift from the standard townhouses to a bungalow town. So hoping that you will consider having that flexibility in the zoning just to allow the developer to meet market demand and future needs. So next slide. So this is a list of the reports and studies that were submitted with the application. They're all under review by staff at this time. And we're looking forward to receiving those technical comments following this meeting. The next slide. So again, just to reiterate that the portion of the property is designated settlements and agriculture in the county official plan, and that the residential development would only be on the lands that are designated settlements. And the county is reviewing the draft plan of subdivision that we have submitted concurrent to the zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide. And then again, the township official plan also has settlement living and growth area 1 for the portion of the property where we're proposing developments. And the lands designated for agriculture are not proposed for any residential development, with the exception of the stormwater pond that would support the residential development, but that's more of a natural feature than any development. And then next slide. So again, within the existing settlement area, we have the zoning bylaw amendment and concurrent draft plan of subdivision for a 72-unit residential development. The agricultural lands won't be used for development. New environmental protection lands will be created near the Coldwater River. And we do feel that this is a logical and efficient growth of the Coldwater community. It's consistent with provincial policy and in conformity with the official plans. Yeah, we hope that you will support this request today. When it comes up for support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daphne. I'll call upon our township planner, Emily Heel, if you want to add anything to the information presented by the applicant. Good morning, Emily.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Gokin, for the presentation regarding the zoning bylaw amendment application this morning. So as discussed in the staff report and explained by Ms. Gokin this morning, the property is subject to concurrent applications for a draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment. As a result of provincial changes in legislation, the subdivision application itself is not subject to a public meeting. However, the zoning bylaw amendment application still is subject to a public meeting, which is what is scheduled for this morning. So the zoning bylaw amendment seeks to rezone portions of the property to implement the proposed draft plan of subdivision, which is contemplated on the portion of the lands located within the settlement area. The end goal ultimately would be to facilitate a development that contemplates the construction of 8 single detached building lots and 8 additional development blocks to accommodate a total of 64 townhouse dwelling units. Included in the staff report in attachments 3 and 4 are a contemplative zone schedule, as well as the draft plan of subdivision. And it demonstrates that there's additional blocks that are contemplated for future use as areas of open space for drainage, stormwater management, and future road construction. As noted by Ms. Gokin, in support of both applications, a number of studies, plans, and other materials have been provided by the applicants and their agents. These items are currently under peer review and review by township staffs and consultants. These matters are related to environmental impact, hydrogeology, hydrology, noise, stormwater management, functional servicing, among other things that are all being sort of examined for appropriateness of the development. So the purpose of today's meeting is to receive comments on the application from members of the public and from council. which will assist in review of the proposed development by township staff and municipal consultants and would be considered in any future recommendation report to council. So no recommendation has been made today and no decision will be made today. First submission is currently under review and staff are available to assist in clarifying any questions or take notes away to respond at a future date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Now the public portion, any persons present in person on Zoom or on the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream to remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. So I'll ask upon Emily if there are any members of the public registered to speak.
Thank you, Chair. We did have one member of the public register to speak this morning on Zoom. So that would be Dakota Walker. They'd be welcome to unmute their microphone and introduce themselves if they would like to provide comment.
Thank you. Okay, we'll,
She did not join the meeting.
say again.
She did not actually join the meeting,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. So we have no one attending online on this one.
Okay, I'll ask if there's anyone in the public would like to speak to this. Okay, I'll move along then. Does the applicant or the staff have any other additional, does the planner have any additional correspondence that you received to share with us today?
Thank you, Chair. So with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application specifically, comments were received from Enbridge Gas that stated no objections to the proposed development, but they do reserve the right to amend development conditions. And then just for transparency, although not subject to a public meeting, we did receive additional comments with respect to the proposed subdivision application. So Canada Post has provided feedback on the proposed layout and has provided preliminary details on how mail would be serviced in the development should it be approved. Hydro One stated no comments or concerns and provided discretionary notes on distribution voltages and how to contact the appropriate departments at Hydro One should there be any questions. Rogers Mobility provided comments and conditions pertaining to potential internet and mobility servicing of the development in the future should it be approved. The Simcoe County District School Board stated no objections to the application, but does note that existing public schools are currently over capacity. They further included various proposed conditions of approval of the development, including requests for sidewalks. And Dakota Walker of 15 Sheridan Drive expressed opposition to the development as a whole, stating concern for increased density and fire risk associated with reduced setbacks between buildings, increased flood threats to the community due to further development in a flood-prone area, and concern for impacts to character of the neighborhood. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll ask does the applicant agent wish to provide any further information on the application or any response to the correspondence? Okay, thank you. Then I'll turn it over to the committee here. Does anyone have any questions? Member Burkett and then Member Jansen.
Thank you through the chair to Derek. The 64 homes, the capacity at our wastewater plant, how many years out are we before we can even accommodate growth like this or a development like this?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. In March, or I think it was March 2026, we provided the last year's data for the uncommitted capacity report of all plants. And in that report, we do have 9% uncommitted at this time. So it's fair to say that we're right near the end, but each application like this gets reviewed by our peer review and our team. If they don't meet that threshold, the next plant upgrade's likely many years out. So we're kind of at a tipping point right now where this could have a very long delay.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair. So the applicant is aware, Derek, that, okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jansen.
Thank you. I'm not sure exactly where to direct my questions on this, but I'm assuming we have the setbacks for a reason. The land or the proposal here for 72 homes, I do agree that the community of Coldwater is a complete community, and I think we are very welcoming within the community. 72 new families coming to our community would be great. I do see a challenge, especially at our public school. Where I see in the report we're 138% over capacity. I'm not sure where these families would be sending their kids to school at this point. The other questions I have would be snow removal and parking. Right, I see a lot of housing in a very little space. Not against that. I'm just wondering what would happen to where are we putting the snow? If we had a winter like the last 2 winters, where is anybody living in these townhouses going to store their snow? I guess that's one. And then overflow parking, because I'm going to assume the front yard setback's been changed too. So maybe you can fit, it's hard to tell scale. You can fit 1 car in that driveway, and that's probably about it. Not sure.
I'm not sure if
Anybody
they
can answer that.
would the planner like to speak to that, or
I'm just gonna pull up the plan to see if there's a dimension for the driveway. If not, we can certainly add one to clarify the number of parking spaces. But there's no request for a deviation from the required parking. So the required parking can be accommodated in the site plan. Let's see here. The snow storage, it's true, I don't see that we've added that, but we can certainly add that. There are some open space blocks that can be used for snow storage, including one, I don't know if the plan can be pulled up on the screen, but adjacent to the street that comes into the community. Could be a location, but we can definitely look into that. I think a lot of those questions will probably come up as technical questions, technical responses that we'll address in a resubmission. So the school, I know the school board will also provide comments. I believe, I mean, it's pretty common that we get the feedback that busing will be required on these new developments. Unfortunately, a lot of schools in Simcoe County are over capacity, and busing is unfortunately the way that that's handled generally.
So if I can supplement to it, if I can. So is this a new lot that's being created out of 20 Sheridan Drive? And if it is, why didn't we just go wider so that you could have the proper setbacks?
So again, yeah, as through the chair, as the deputy mayor was saying, that the settlement area boundary is only a portion of the property. So we had to fit this within the settlement area boundary.
I see.
okay, I'll ask Member Cox. You want to turn on?
I do.
Yeah, further to Member Jansen's, as staff knows and council knows, parking is an issue in Coldwater. We're already seeing an issue at Greenwood Landing. Not an issue, but there's not enough parking. And I'm wondering if something could be done when we're looking at these proposals. And I realize that the Ontario government has said we shouldn't make developers do extra things. But in this case, it would be really nice if there was at least some area for visitor parking, because these roads right now are not very wide. You get a car on each side of the driveway. 1 car can barely fit in the driveway. I don't know what you do if you have a big Dodge Ram pickup truck, because it really won't fit. And I think these are things that we have to really start looking at, because they are an issue. And then when we add in the different events and things that go on, and I'm not saying this just because of those, parking is becoming an issue in every area. And thank you, Member Jansen, for bringing this forward. But I really believe that developers may want to start to put, as apartment developers do, a parking area, someplace where there's some extra parking, because this is an issue. And we get winter from November to May or October to May. And as the one member of county council told the waste people, winter comes to Simcoe County, and this is just the way it is, and it's not getting any better. So I really would like that put in, that maybe this is something we could discuss with this developer and the future ones on this. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Member Minnings, and then Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your presentation. My comment is about the public comment, the correspondence that was read from the person. One of their comments was about fire concerns for dense areas. And I know we had these conversations before when townhouse developments were brought forward in other areas of the township. And at that point, I quickly asked the deputy mayor, we did order an aerial fire truck at that time, I believe, or around then. It's supposed to be delivered around 2029, whenever. However, we do run on a volunteer fire department. And who knows where the aerial truck will be. But I just wanted to acknowledge the comment or the question that was posed in that correspondence that was read. And perhaps maybe the township or somebody, if I've incorrectly stated what's happened, is just to address that very real concern.
Thank you for that. Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. Just to remember Jansen's comments about the school board. So I really struggle with the school board. They say they're our partners, but I know from Marchmount, they comment and the comments they're committing to, they have no idea about the capacity. So I think they showed up here last year to meet with our planning staff. And I'm just curious, are they aware of this development? Like listening to member Councillor Jansen speak, the 138% overture, are they aware of, they are? Okay. So they're not just, someone's not just saying whatever, they are aware. Katie.
Member Cox has your hand up.
Yes.
Okay, Katie.
Through the chair to Mayor Burkett. Didn't turn my camera on. Through the chair to Mayor Burkett, absolutely, the school board is aware of that. So that's what we're seeing here in this comment is the school board saying it's over capacity, but they're not objecting to the application. And that's the typical comment we've been seeing, whether it was in Marchmont, in West Shore, in Coldwater. I think it's every school in the township of Severn plus Oromadani plus Tay, all of our neighbors. Every school is over capacity. The conversations we've had with the school board, which have been a lot, is that the school board essentially can't do anything about it because the money comes from the province to build additions to schools and to build new schools. So we've had this conversation a lot in West Shore that there's a new school site that they've asked for in West Shore. What the conversations have been that we haven't perhaps publicly talked about a lot in Coldwater is that the site in Coldwater that contains the existing public elementary school is quite large. So the site in Coldwater is connected to municipal water and sewer, and it has a large property. So what the school board has said to us, and I believe it's on their wish list or their priority list or whatever list they give to the province, is that they would like to do an addition at Coldwater to increase the capacity of that school. Some of our other schools, such as Marchmont, are constrained by the property size, the septic size, population size. Lots of constraints. The Coldwater site has a large property. It's connected to municipal water and sewer. It is capable of having an addition. And that's one of those other reasons that Coldwater is a complete community, is that it is capable of growing that type of infrastructure. So I think that makes this application a little bit different than the ones we've seen perhaps in Marchmont, because we know for subdivisions in Marchmont, we're seeing the border shrink and kids being reallocated to Coldwater where they can put in more portables. But although they comment on these applications, there's not a lot the municipality can do to better work with the school board, unfortunately, or even the development community, unless the school board says, we want more property for a school site, but then ultimately it's up to the province to build those schools.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie. Member Cox.
Shouldn't open that door. The problem is that Coldwater's been bumped. They were supposed to have had an addition, 5-10 years ago? And the problem is the schools are going to the south because they have the development. We are not getting up here. And then they say in this letter that, where is it? The board is currently, sorry, my glasses are currently in the process of securing a new elementary school site in the township of Severn in order to accommodate growth pressure. So now you're going to tell me that you're going to bus somebody from Coldwater to West Shore if they put a new school there. Like, I would really like to know if they look at maps. I hope people aren't upset about this, but it's very frustrating for us and for people who move here. I've watched people move to areas and their child to school's there and they're catching a bus and going to Orillia. And they make these statements and they never, I don't know that they even get the whole idea of it. Like, we have to stand up at some point, the North does, and say, we need these schools. We're growing as much as anybody else. They just put a new school in that's opening, the grand opening is tomorrow in Horseshoe Valley. And before it was even in, they had what, 6, 7 portables? Yeah. And it's over capacity almost now. Like, I don't know why they don't listen. It just is very frustrating to sit here and watch people, you come in and developers, and we hear how we need all this new housing and there's no infrastructure for what and who we're bringing here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Member Jansen.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the parking because I don't know if we received an answer on where people are going to park. So one car in a driveway, you know, I don't know.
Right. Yeah. So the current, I was just looking at our site plan. It would be one in the driveway and one in the garage is the current plan. We could certainly look at that and consider maybe having a wider driveway to accommodate more cars. Unfortunately, that does take away from the open space.
And the spot to put snow.
Right.
Right. We're going to need that. And then the rear yard setback. So is that the backyard? The backyard would only be 3 meters long. Is that what it's saying?
So that's one lot, lot 12. The one single family lot is an irregular shaped lot. So that's the only one where it's 3 meters. Everything else, I'm sorry, the numbers are really small on the plan. For the townhouses, it's a minimum of, looks like around 7.7 as the backyard meters. And the front yard's around 7.5. And then the singles they sort of vary just because of the shape of the road there.
Okay, supplemental. So where it says exterior yard setback, 7.5, I guess I'm looking at
That's yeah, sorry, through the chair. Those are the 2 end units for the townhouses. That would be the only units that are the exterior yard, like along the street A.
Okay. And
So
how
in
much space is between the 2 buildings or between these buildings?
So it's 3 meters between block 17 and block 1, the end unit, to street A and to the future the road block there, instead of 7.5 meters is required.
Okay. I guess the concerns I'd put forward is just about that parking and snow removal. I think it's going to be a concern for the lucky people that get to move to Coldwater and live in these affordable homes.
Okay, any other comments? Member McIntyre.
Thank you. Through the chair. I just wondered at the moment, I know we're a ways out, Daphne, from having this developed and so on. Do we have any kind of a price point on these particular homes? Because we are looking for affordable housing.
Yeah, through the chair, unfortunately, it's impossible to ever provide that information up front.
I was just throwing a line out there to see if you had anything. And
yeah.
Furthermore, if you're going to build bungalows, is there some proposal that you're going to put forward to have some bungalows, or right? Is there going to be a break off? There's 2 stories, 3 stories, then bungalows for seniors and so on?
Through the chair. So again, the height is still to be determined, I guess, based on market need. The singles certainly could be bungalows or larger homes, depending on, again, what the need is. With the townhouse blocks is where we're requesting that flexibility. Right now, the way they're designed with the narrow lots would be multi-story. Otherwise, it'd be far too small of a home. So we're asking for that flexibility in the zoning to have bungalows, which would be wider townhouse lots, and then there would be fewer of them. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of talk about schools, families, all that. If that's where the demand is, probably, the narrower, taller units would be what makes sense. But if the demographics show that perhaps senior housing is what's more needed, in particular, townhouses are generally lower maintenance senior homes since they have a lot of common elements and less responsibility for homeowners, then we just wanted that flexibility to shift to bungalows in the future. So unfortunately, the market has been the last 6 years so up and down. I don't think, I mean, I'm not, haven't been around that long, but I haven't seen so much change in my short career just in the last, 5, 6 years. Obviously, there's just so many global events and different things that are impacting. So it's really hard to, it takes a long time to build homes. So it's really hard to guess what will be needed and what the prices will be in the future.
Okay, my final question, Daphne, is there any suspicion that you might build 2 bedrooms? Which might accommodate seniors rather than then we could alleviate some of the difficulty with the snow removal and the parking issues if we had some element of senior citizens in 2 bedrooms rather than 3. I know a real estate market. I know all that stuff. I just wondered, is there any discussion with the developer about possible 2-bedroom townhouse? Then we could go to bungalows if we could do that.
Sorry, through the chair, are you suggesting sort of like an apartment style or
No,
still like a bungalow, just a smaller one?
A smaller townhouse.
Yeah.
And you'd alleviate some of the setbacks, some of the parking issues, and some of the snow removal issues. If you had 2 bedrooms, you'd attract more of the senior citizen element or people who have grown children and so on. May not be seniors, but they may want to downsize. So I'm just thinking if there was any 2 bedrooms thought in the developer's plan.
Through the chair, I don't know. I haven't talked to them about the interior layout, but it's certainly something we can think about. And these blocks, these building envelopes are sort of they're still an estimate. We like to provide the building envelopes on the plan so that you have a sense of what the lot will look like, but those often shift. For the purposes of zoning, we're setting what sort of the maximum parameters are. The homes could become smaller. It still would then be permitted by the zoning. We're just sort of showing the maximum that would happen. So certainly some ideas to contemplate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to ask our senior planner, Katie Mandeville, for her comments.
Thank you through the chair. I just wanted to pick back up on Councillor Jansen's previous comment. I think when we were talking about the layout of the lots and we were all referring back to the plan in the staff report, I think it's important to note the plan provided shows 7.5 meter rear yard and front yard setbacks, and that's not what they're asking for in the zoning. So the concept plan that was provided does not accurately show the zoning that was asked for. So I think staff has taken into account comments about snow storage and parking and how those are very different. We've had this conversation around this table before about especially the province's minimum lot sizes and things like that. So I think those are a real concern in this community and in this township, is that we do need a place for people to store their individual snow. The Director of Public Works here just reminded me, it's not the municipality's role to store snow from private driveways. That needs to be accommodated on someone else's private property. And it's also not the municipality's responsibility to store people's vehicles. So although it's great to say we're going to give 2 parking spots, one's in the garage, one's in the driveway, that's tandem parking. And that's usually the issues that we're running into. Although our bylaw allows tandem parking, especially when the driveway is really short and just meets that minimum requirement. If there's a sidewalk, sometimes the driveway doesn't even meet that minimum requirement. And that's where we're, I think the deputy mayor mentioned the pickup trucks and the larger vehicles that are common here. So I just wanted to say that, I think that's a concern staff's heard, and that is the purpose of actually this public meeting, is to gather comments on the proposed concept and on the proposed design. And hopefully the developer can take that into account with their proposal.
We'll let Member Brennan speak and then Member Jansen.
Yeah, just a question for our planners. Do you have any idea how many garages are actually used for parking vehicles as opposed to storage? No. I just think it would be nice to remind the province that I'm going to guess less than 50, but do you have numbers on that?
Through the chair to Councillor.
Well, it's a fair question.
No, we do not have numbers on that, but I would like everyone to know I personally park my car in my garage.
You're awesome, Katie.
Okay, Member Jansen. Okay, if we've heard from the committee, I'll ask for a draft motion from our clerk.
Thank you. The motion reads that Planning Report P26-024 dated May 6, 2026, with respect to zoning bylaw amendment application file number Z2518 for subject lands located on a portion of 20 Sheridan Drive be received for information, and that comments received at the public meeting be considered as part of any recommendation report for the future council meeting.
Okay, we have a mover for that, please. Moved by member Minnings, second by member McIntyre. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to ask for our second public meeting, zoning bylaw amendment Z 26-02 and official plan amendment OP-2601 regarding additional residential units. I will now call upon the township's consultant, Jamie Robinson, MHBC Barry, to please present the information provided within item 1.2 on the agenda package and explain the purpose and effectiveness of this application. And good morning, Jamie. Welcome.
Morning, Taylor. Can everyone hear me okay? Thank you, Worship, members of council. So this exercise is an exercise that Township Council, as you know, has recently adopted or approved their official plan. So part of what follows an official plan review is a zoning bylaw review. So there's sort of two key sort of hot button issues in the municipality. The first being additional residential units that we decided to try to tackle before undertaking a full zoning bylaw review. So that's why it's coming forward at this time. If you just want to go to the next slide, please. And my name's Jamie Robinson. I'm a planner and partner with MHBC Planning in Barrie and have worked on the official plan and represented the township on a number of planning matters. So what I'll call them ARUs, or additional residential units. So they're self-contained units, dwelling units. They're either within a house. They could also be in an accessory building. Could be a standalone accessory building, which is a second dwelling unit on a property. Could be an upper story in a detached garage, for example. Could be a basement apartment. Could be an attic type apartment. So there's a whole bunch of different types of ARUs that could exist. They are separate from that primary or principal dwelling unit on the property, and they really have to be lesser in size and scale than what the principal unit is. If you want to just go to the next slide, please. I should have mentioned in the zoning bylaw what defines a dwelling unit. There is a definition, so it really talks about it's a self-contained living unit. It contains a washroom and a kitchen facility. So you'd have two of those dwelling units effectively on a property, or potentially up to three. So how do we get here? Like, why is this a hot topic? So the province over the last, I'll say 10 years, has tinkered and tweaked with legislation in the Planning Act. And one of the items they've continually been updating, it relates to additional dwelling units. So it really started out as they called them secondary dwelling units was the term in the Planning Act, but they've changed it to be additional dwelling units because you're now allowed more than two. So, and I'll provide the details about why that is. So what this exercise is we're doing today is really implementing those changes to the Planning Act that have been made, and then implementing the official plan policies that are currently contained in the municipality's official plan, which guide these additional dwelling units. We did, through the preparation of this draft amendment, identify a tweak to the official plan policies we want to make. So that's why there's an official plan amendment as part of this public meeting as well. So this is a list of the different bills that have been introduced related to ARUs. I'm not going to go through them all, but what I think is important is on the next slide. So this really identifies sort of what the options are, so to speak, with respect to additional dwelling units. And I spoke about this previously, but you can have the first illustrations, you can have a basement apartment. The second one, you could have a basement apartment. You could have something in the main sort of portion of the house. But again, those are self-contained. So in that second illustration, you would have a building that's got 3 kitchens in it and 3 washrooms in it, potentially all self-contained dwelling units. So that's what we're talking about. So in that scenario, you can have a single detached house, for example, which has 3 actual units in the single attached house itself, plus 2 apartments. And that's what the province is saying municipalities have to allow for, It's not something that municipalities can just say, we're not going to do that. We don't want that here. The province is saying, you shall do this. There's a couple of nuances, which I'm going to get into in a moment, specifically as it relates to shoreline areas. So that option is you basically an addition on your house and have an additional unit like as connected to the house, but also in the basement. The fourth item shows an additional dwelling unit in a separate accessory building, either standalone, like a small house, for example, or also it could be in a detached accessory building, like we see in rural properties, garages with attics above them or a second story above them with living space. And then the final item shows sort of that combination where we've got one in the house and one outside, for example, or in a standalone building. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So what the proposed OPA, which is the official plan amendment, and ZBA, or the zoning bylaw amendment, proposed to do. We propose to include in the OPA some criteria for when council's faced with an application that isn't as of right. So the zoning is going to permit some as of right scenarios. But these situations when somebody might need a variance to the height, for example, if they're in a detached garage, or maybe they need it closer to the side lot line than what's required. So we've got some criteria that are included in the OPA to help council and help the decision maker and help the applicant understand when this might be approved, this application for change, or where it might not be approved. So that's really what the official plan amendment focuses on. The zoning plan, it sets out some general standards, which we refer to as general provisions about where these things are allowed as of right. It establishes a maximum size, maximum height within an accessory building, setback requirements. For example, we need to meet the setback requirements for principal use. We'll get into that in a moment. And then sets out some parking requirements as well. If you're going to have additional units, it stands to reason there's going to be additional demand for parking, so you need to accommodate that. So when we say that the province says these things, you have to allow for them as of right. They're as of right if you meet certain requirements. Like if you don't have enough parking on your site, for example, you don't get a secondary unit on your property unless you apply for an amendment or relief for that provision. So just because something's permitted by the board doesn't mean you can actually do it. You have to meet the specific requirements in the bylaw as well. The other thing is recognize a term called garden suites, and council and public, you may be familiar with that term. That's something that's outlined in section 37 of the Planning Act related to temporary uses. This, although that section's still there, this kind of does away with that in respect, because additional garden suites were something that had a lifespan of 20 years. It was a design so on a rural property, if you had aging parents, that you could put an additional, you could put a garden suite there. It would expire after 10 years. You could seek extensions for it, but it was intended to be temporary in nature. Often it was a mobile home type situation, where now provisions basically are allowing for those things as of right in perpetuity. So the whole temporary nature, you're going to see a lot less of that happening. Next slide, please. So general criteria that were included for ARUs is you'd be allowed up to 2 additional dwelling unit. Residential units are permitted in a single detached, semi-detached, or townhouse. So they've been permitted, but just in sort of reflecting on the previous application that you saw and dealing with the townhouse, it'd be a fairly unique situation where you'd have a townhouse that would meet the minimum parking requirements for 2 ARUs plus the parking requirements for the townhouse itself. But the zoning permits it if you can accommodate those parking requirements. In addition, what the bylaw would permit, what the proposal is to allow for 1 additional residential unit permitted within the principal dwelling and 1 additional unit permitted within a detached accessory building. So you can't have 2 accessory buildings on a property with additional dwelling units, for example. Or you can't have a detached garage with 2 additional units in the garage. One would be required to be in the house, one would have to be in the additional unit. the thought process there is that additional dwelling units are typically, or accessory structures are typically in rear yards or in closer proximity to neighboring property owners. So we're trying to avoid compatibility issues per se, or intensity of use issues that could impact neighboring property owners. So we're limiting it to one in an accessory building is what the proposal's for. And I can tell you that's a pretty common approach throughout the province. Next slide, please. This just as an illustration of some of the general criteria. So one of the key aspects would be that those of you that are familiar with zoning bylaws, typically accessory structures are allowed to be closer to side lot lines than principal structures. So if you have a garden shed, it can be usually 1.5 meters from a side yard or a rear yard, whereas your dwelling has to be, for example, in the rural area, 5 meters from a side yard, or 7.5 to 10 meters from a rear yard. So what's proposed here is that if you're going to use a detached accessory building, a dwelling unit, or have a dwelling unit in, is that it needs to meet the requirements of the principal use, because there's people have it like in those buildings. And what I just talked about was that propensity for more intensity of use if you've got people in the building. So what you'll see as council is you'll see instances where people have an existing accessory structure that meets the accessory building requirements, and they say, I'd like to put an additional dwelling unit in that structure. So the structure currently doesn't meet, it meets the requirements for an accessory building, but wouldn't meet the requirements for an additional residential unit. So you will get, like, the committee of adjustment will get applications for that, and council will could get zoning amendment applications for that. That's why the official plan policies need to be updated to provide direction on where and when those sorts of permissions should be granted and where they shouldn't be granted. So that's what the purpose of the OPA would be. Next slide, please. Couple of general criteria. So if you're doing then again, this is all proposed. That's why we're having the public meeting today. I'm just providing an overview of what the draft includes, but the intention is to receive comments from council and members of the public on where they support these proposals or changes that should be made. So one of the first bullet indicates that if you've got a detached accessory or detached additional dwelling unit on a property, it should be using the same, it needs to use the same driveway as the current house or an existing driveway, that we're not creating additional driveways. And you'll see part of that, we've got a minimum distance separation requirement too, that the additional unit has to be within a specific distance of the residential unit or another building property. The idea is that if you have acreage, we're not having one dwelling unit in one location and then 300 meters down the road, we've got an additional dwelling unit. The idea is that doesn't achieve the rural objectives of protecting agricultural land and keeping development sort of near to one another. So the idea is to try to cluster things as much as possible, but still provide sort of a reasonable separation distance between dwellings, because you are in the rural area, for example, you don't want to be necessarily right on top of each other, but still meet those rural objectives. A couple of other comments in here is that we'd put proposals to permit additional residential units in the zones that are listed. So that's basically in settlement areas, in rural areas, in agricultural areas, in the Greenland zone as well. But to not permit them in the shoreline residential zones that aren't serviced. So if you've got a service shoreline residential zone, which is SR1, which is in a settlement area, generally, you could have an additional residential unit because it's on servicing. But if you're on Gloucester Pool, the Severn River, or Tea Lake, or McLean Lake, no additional dwelling units in those instances. Reason for that is that shoreline property is a really recreational based development. It isn't to accommodate additional housing supply, which is what these provincial objectives are trying to achieve. And it also has impacts on intensity of use in shoreline areas. And second to that, potential water quality impacts associated with additional demand on septic systems and and overall use of the water body. We've also indicated that a mobile home, for example, wouldn't be permitted as an additional residential unit. That's something that's certainly up for discussion, but the proposal is that if you're going to do these things, they'd be a stick-built construction form that we wouldn't have, or similar, but we wouldn't have, for example, trailers or mobile homes being used throughout the countryside as additional dwelling units. Next slide. We have proposed a maximum GFA, or maximum floor area. So first off, the first item, and this is certainly up for discussion, but the first item, as is everything in here, is that the maximum size would be 75% of the floor area of the principal building. That's really intended to make sure that the additional dwelling unit is secondary to the principal dwelling unit on the site, but then set an overall maximum floor of 1,084 square feet, or 110 square meters. Again, someone could come in if they wanted to see something larger and apply for an amendment to council or committee of adjustment based on their site specific circumstances, but that's proposed to be the as of right maximum size permissions. We've included a permission that if an ARU is included in the half story or second story of an accessory building, you could increase the height of an accessory building. There's currently a height maximum, I believe is it 5 meters for accessory buildings? Yes, 5 meters for accessory buildings. If you're going to put accommodation in there, it could go up to 8. But the key thing to remember is that 5 meter max for accessory buildings. They also have lesser side yard and rear yard requirements for those buildings. If you're going to go to one of these 8 meter ones, you'd have to meet the requirements for a house, for example. Same requirements as what a house is on property. And then we also included that the detached accessory building cannot exceed the height of the principal building. So we didn't want to see a bungalow, for example, with a great big 2-story additional unit on the property. That speaks to scale, but also speaks a little bit to that principal versus secondary component. We didn't want the accessory unit to be sort of overbearing of the principal unit from a height perspective. Next slide, please. So these are the rural requirements. I don't think I really need to go through the height specifics in detail. The one thing I wanted to highlight was the bottom one. The bottom piece is that really identified a maximum. I guess I will say here, we did propose that if you're in the ARU zones, or if an ARU in the ag or rural zone, we increase the height up to 11 meters, because usually in those areas you have more larger vehicle or implement storage that these might be above. So try to reduce the number of variances, and you're a lot greater distances typically between houses and between properties. The last bullet point on the slide speaks towards that spacing distance I talked about. So what we've come up with, and we looked at a few different examples around the municipality and felt that having a maximum distance between the ARU and the closest portion of the principal dwelling being 75 meters was sort of an appropriate separation distance to make sure that sort of building cluster situation exists. I'm sure you could get situations on farm properties where, because of the existing agricultural buildings surrounding the main dwelling, it might not be possible to meet that 75, but certainly those could be evaluated on a site-specific situation. These are, again, general standards that would apply across the board. Next, and as of right. So just in terms of next steps, I know I've talked a lot, but we'll open up the public meeting to members of the public and council to provide feedback and comments. We'll certainly take notes. Subject to that, we would then go back, make any refinements to the bylaw to address the comments. We'll prepare a comment summary table that details any comments received in writing or by the public today, and prepare a recommendation report back to council. The intention is that it will come back to the June 3rd council meeting. So we'll sort of get right on it. And I can tell you that recommendation report's been partially constructed. We need to put the comments and make any refinements to the bylaw after this meeting. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn the mic back over to you. And if there's questions, I'm going to sit back down, but I can do my best to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. We'll open up to the public portion. Any persons present in person, on Zoom, or on the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed on the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream or remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. So I'll ask upon Emily, are there any members of the public registered to speak?
Thank you, Chair. So we have a couple of registrants who registered ahead of the meeting. So I'll just go in order by alphabetical by last name. And then, of course, any folks who didn't register in advance but do wish to speak will have an opportunity to address council. So just going in order, Becky Asen was the first person to register for ARUs. Following that, if Becky doesn't wish to speak, Leanne and Mark Fletcher. Did you want to speak? You don't have to.
Do you want to come up and if it won't be that bad?
Oh.
So if you can just state your name and address, and then we want to hear your comments, and relax, it'll be good.
Okay. All right. My name is Leanne Fletcher, and I live at 2254 Telford Line. I've lived there we've had the property for 25 years, and we're wanting to expand on the property, and we're in the process of making a decision. And I'm just wondering the timeline in terms of getting these ARUs or submitting my application for an ARU, when that would happen.
Okay, could I ask Jamie and or our staff to answer that, please?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. The intention is June 3rd, there'd be a council meeting where there'd be a recommendation report come back. Council would then vote on the bylaw and the OPA. The bylaw would then, there's then an appeal period that exists. There's sort of limited appeal options available, but there would be a 20-day appeal period, and then these provisions would come into effect. I would encourage you, though, that if you're proposing this, you can to stop in and meet with staff and pre-consult with them. But as of right, there'll be a lot of as of right permissions sort of in July, basically, that will come forward. But I would encourage you to talk to staff and like now effectively, because there may need to be tweaks or whatever made to the bylaw that could help you accommodate what you want to do if the situation is appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Emily.
Thank you, Chair. The last person who registered in advance was Martin King.
Okay, in that case, if there are any members of the public who didn't get called and would like to speak, please unmute yourself, or those in person, if you want to, please approach the microphone and give your name and address for the minutes. Does anyone in the public like to speak? Welcome.
Hi, Keith Prentice, 2400 Kinnear Side Road. I just have some questions as it pertains to the garden suite, particularly where we call things in accessory buildings. So is the ARU going to be considered an additional accessory building, or will it be an individual accessory building? Currently, I believe for most zoning, we're only allowed 2 to a maximum of 75% or 110. So will there be an additional 75% and 110, or will that be included in the area of existing accessory buildings? And also to that is, if you're not on service property what requirements for septic and well or services are required by the ARU policy.
Thank you, Keith. If Jamie could speak, I think Keith has two questions there.
So I got the first one. The first one is that will this be treated as an additional in addition to the three that are, so right now you're permitted three accessory buildings on a property. The way it's currently drafted is this would, if you develop an additional dwelling unit, this would be one of the three. If that's not what, so that's the way it's currently drafted.
So if you had three already and you were going to add an additional one,
yes, you would need to get relief from the bylaw to do that, either through a variance or through a zoning bylaw amendment. Sorry, what was the second question?
as it pertains to private services and septic and wells, whether they can be shared or have to be.
Yeah, so in terms of servicing can be shared on the same property because it's all on one lot. However, the septic would have to have been designed to accommodate whatever fixtures and bedrooms are included within the additional dwelling unit. So there is an opportunity to share services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Anyone else in the public? Good morning. And if you could state your name for the record, please. Thanks.
Matt Murray, 2104 Irish Line. I've got two comments and just one question. So first of all, my first comment is I'd like to thank council for bringing this forward. As a resident that has a current garden suite, this is something that has been a hot topic for myself, and looking to bring that into a permanent structure. The way everything is being proposed, I feel that myself personally, I feel everything complies and it wouldn't be any issues moving forward. I do have one question just in general around the spirit of the Bill 23 and 185 not being restrictive. I find that additional residential units would be, good for the rural area for those multi-generational living situations. The one piece about the accessory building cannot exceed the height. There's several accessory buildings in the township now that exceed the height, especially when you look at bungalow things. So if somebody were to look at putting in a additional residential unit into a garage with a second story, they would exceed the height. I could see that possibly being a little bit of a limitation for somebody looking to bring that forward, and may want to be addressed here so that they don't have to do a minor variance and wouldn't limit anybody. I think that's the only thing that I would do. It doesn't particularly apply to me, but I just think as a general resident of the council and or of the township, and as someone that's kind of advocating for these ARUs, I think that might be something I want to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Anyone else would like to speak? So I'll ask it if the planner would like to summarize any correspondence that you have, and then we'll have a chance to, if Jamie wants to recap.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of, so we've heard the comments today. We'll prepare a recommendation report unless there's any other feedback from council with respect to this item. I would encourage, if there's people thinking of doing this, to reach out to staff. There's an opportunity to refine the bylaw or deal with site-specific scenarios now if needed to recognize existing situations. But the intention is to come back to that June 3rd date. So we do have agenda deadlines we need to meet. So we really have to kind of hop to this and get this done expeditiously here. What's that?
Okay, then I'll ask for Emily, do you have any additional correspondence?
Thank you, Chair. We did receive additional articles of written correspondence with respect to the proposed zoning amendment in OPA. So Becky Asen of 1976 Confederation Drive provided comments seeking clarification regarding the cumulative footprint size for a proposed accessory structure that contains an ARU within the main floor. Megan Hawkins provided suggestions for consideration pertaining to ARU sizing relative to the principal dwelling and current provincial direction on lot coverage for certain lots containing ARUs. And Enbridge Gas stated no objections to the application, but reserve the right to amend their development conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead there, Jamie Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to just, I meant to speak towards the question that came forward about the size permission and the maximum size requirement, because I think it's something that'll be relevant for a lot of people. So the question related to if the maximum size requirement of 110 square meters was in addition to the maximum size permission for an accessory structure. So right now you're allowed an accessory detached garage on rural properties of 110 square meters. So the question was, is this in addition to that? And the intention is no, that there's a section in the bylaw that establishes a max size of 110. And then you'd have a max size of an additional dwelling unit of 110 as well. So the way that would play out is if you, for example, had the second story or the second half story of a detached garage, you could have your 110 square meter garage with 110 square meters above it as your additional dwelling unit. If you wanted to do a single story structure where you had a garage with the additional dwelling unit attached to it, you'd be restricted to 110 square meters. You could divide that however you so choose between the additional dwelling unit and the structure itself. But that's the way the draft bylaw was constructed. So I just wanted to make that clear. That was a comment that was asked. That was a question that was asked. And again, these are as of right. These would be as of right permissions. I'm sure there'll be situations where people want different sizes. So.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the committee. We'll start with Member McIntyre and we'll come this way. Thanks.
Thank you through the chair. Just one comment. I don't think the province has taken into consideration the effect that an ARU might have on the school situation. There's enough trouble with the schools overpopulated, but if we had a dozen or so ARUs in a settlement area, the attendance at school may go up. That's just a comment. My question or two is there restrictions on an ARU with respect to ingress and egress? If you had a basement apartment, for instance, do you have to have two access in and out? I'll put that question to Mr. Robinson first.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor McIntyre. In terms of the restrictions, there's nothing in the zoning bylaw. What you're talking about is so you could, in theory, access through a common entranceway into both ARUs, or you could have a separate entrance. From a building code perspective, though, any ARU that's proposed would have to meet whatever building code requirements are necessary for entrances and accesses and window openings and those requirements. I'm not specifically an expert on that, but they would have to meet those requirements. So just because you meet zoning doesn't mean you don't need a building permit as well. So.
Okay, finally, through the chair, final follow-up question. How does the ARU situation affect the municipal taxes? How do we determine then what taxes? I know that it's going to be a drain on the water and on the sewer, but how do we tax the ARU people when they have an accessory building or something in their upstairs or the garage?
Through Mr. Chairman to the councillor, it would be through similar to other taxation situations, is that through the building permit process and through MPAC, they'd be notified that the property has an additional dwelling unit and property value would increase or be proportionate to that additional dwelling unit. So I'm sure the province has a formula that deals with these things through MPAC, but that's how it gets addressed.
Just finally, are we as the Severn Township responsible to inform MPAC that there's an ARU now at 123 Oak Street? And are we responsible to have MPAC and then they'll come out and reassess?
Okay, I'll let, I think Katie has her hand up there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Councillor McIntyre's question, just wanted to speak to the water meter situation, the utilities you commented on. we do generally have a policy that each property only has one water meter. So there will just be one water meter for even if someone has 3 units. So it would be up to the landlord to try and meter that individually if they wanted to, and they're still liable for, an overage or whatever the case may be. And luckily I see our treasurer has just popped up on the screen. So now he can talk about the taxes.
So if I can, through Chair Taylor to Member McIntyre, can everybody hear me? Okay.
Go ahead.
Just as far as the assessments go, every building permit, we send that information to MPAC, so they're constantly reassessing all the properties.
Okay, moving down, Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. I have 4 comments. Further to the questions raised by Keith Prentice, who came to the microphone regarding existing structures on property, and then the response from Jamie Robinson about the 110 square meter restrictions and how this draft bylaw was constructed. My question is that I would like to see what comes back to council as something that's not quite as restrictive and certainly more inclusive of existing structures, lot sizes, et cetera, so that we are not, that we're accommodating rural properties as well as residential. And certainly in this township, there's not a lot of cookie cutter properties. So I think we need to acknowledge what's already on properties as far as existing structures that aren't intended to be used or modified as ARUs, that ARUs are in addition to. And I think we have the ability to interpret the provincial law, whether or not we personally agree with it or not, but I think that's our due diligence. So I just wanted to make that point that I'd like to see that come forward. The second was your comment on slide 13 regarding nuances as they relate to shoreline areas and the restrictions of the water portion, the water side, I guess, of the property, which is the front of that property, and your comments about water and concerns about too many properties, I think, on waterfront properties. But what about these waterfront properties where there is a permanent residence, but on what's considered the backyard, which is the roadside, a lot of them have quite long driveways and actually have more property, I would argue, on the back end from the road to the main building than they do from the building to the waterfront. So to me, I interpreted your comments about shoreline properties as very restrictive. But although I do agree that nothing should be put between the main building and the waterfront, but it doesn't restrict, in my view, what happens between the residents and the existing road.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Minnings. That's something we can certainly take a look at. I can just kind of speak big picture. Is that, so I'm going to start at the top. So in the PPS in rural areas, it allows for in the rural areas permissions in the PPS, it talks about allowing for rural development that can be appropriately serviced. And then another permitted use is resource-based recreational uses, including seasonal dwellings, for example. So the way I interpret that section as a planner is that shoreline development exists for the purpose effectively of second home development or cottage development. So that, and I know this is a little bit off topic, but yes, there's people that live there permanently, but we wouldn't have a ribbon of development along the shoreline if the lake wasn't there in the first place. And the whole idea of recreational based development from the provincial perspective is that people are to, if we look at our planning documents, settlement areas are supposed to be the focus of growth where people are supposed to live. but they can recreate in these recreational areas such as lakes, for example. And there should be a spot for them to stay over and enjoy. So the idea is that this section of the Planning Act that deals with additional dwelling units is all based on affordable housing and creating housing opportunities. And we consider housing different from recreation-based development. Recreation is what happens on the, yes, I agree, people do live there permanently, but often what typically happens if people live there permanently is over time it converts to a seasonal property, and then it becomes a residential, and then it becomes seasonal. It differs. Anyways, why I wanted to say that up front is that principle of it being recreation is why we're saying we don't want to focus additional housing opportunities in the shoreline area, because if we allow it as of right, again, these are as of right permissions, it could in theory double or triple the amount of people in those close ribbons to the shoreline, which if that is allowed as of right, it could have an effect on water quality and will undoubtedly have an effect on the amount of people using the water the actual water body itself, and could diminish the recreational aspect for some people. We think it could create some conflicts. And there's other areas in the municipality we think are better served to deal with affordable housing issues, which is primarily in the settlement areas and secondary to that in the rural areas. So that's the reason why we've effectively not permitted them in shoreline areas, which I can tell you is common throughout the province in these shoreline municipalities.
Thank you for that. As someone who lives in Cumberland Beach on the waterfront permanently in an area that requires housing, that has a need for lower income housing, that has a school that's on water and sewer, I think by restricting it and making assumptions that people who live there are doing so recreationally, we also have needs for ARUs, et cetera. So I don't want to see anything coming forward that's going to restrict that. I know I asked the question last week to the clerk, and I'd have to look for my email, but there's 2,700 waterfront or shoreline properties in Severn Township. That's a lot of restrictions if you're going to make those broad assumptions that everyone who lives on the water is doing so recreationally. I think that's unfair. We also have access points to the water that regardless of whether they live on the waterfront or in some of these dense neighborhoods near the waterfront, we're still using the water. So I would just like to see that, and I'm going to do my own homework after this call just because I'm not aware of what you're saying. So I would just like to see what we're bringing forward opened up. Yes.
Okay, I'll let Allison speak.
Let's provide a point of clarity on what he just said.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, in settlement areas, I think that's what you're referring to in the West Shore area. Those properties along the shoreline would be SR1. So on those lots, an additional dwelling unit is permitted in accordance with this bylaw. What I'm talking about is outside of settlement areas. So the Gloucester Pools, the Tea Lakes, the Sparrow Lakes, those areas. The McLean Lakes where it would be restricted. So and then second to that is that in the official plan, and our bylaw has to conform to the official plan. The official plan does not permit additional dwelling units in those shoreline areas outside of settlement areas. So if we were going to make a decision to allow for additional dwelling units in shoreline areas, we'd also need to amend that section of the official plan as well.
Thank you. No, thanks for the clarification. This is new information and I'm not an expert on this. I listened to what you said and I'm going to read back, but I also still have my own lens on what you've presented. And as far as the official plan, You opened by saying today we're implementing this into the official plan, and an amendment to the official plan is part of this presentation. So I see that as there is opportunity to amend the official plan, and so it's not that it's restricted because we have one. It's that this is an amendment discussion to the official plan. Okay, my last one is around accessory buildings, and I believe it was sorry, William, the other gentleman who spoke, Matthew, around the heights. So again, just when this comes back, because I know you're doing a lot of work on it, existing structures may be shorter, I guess, not as tall as accessory buildings that might house an ARU. So I'm thinking of a separate, like a garage or some other unit on the property. So a lot of times the existing buildings, if they're original or they've been renovated, they are small. They're not two-story structures, whereas a lot of the garages we're seeing, actually, I'm seeing a lot of shipping containers in my neighborhood that almost are as tall as existing homes. So I just have a point about the height of the principal building. I don't want, you said you don't want to see a bungalow with a great tall secondary building. I think that's going to be the reality for a lot of people's properties. So I just like that statement to kind of be softened in what you bring us, so that there are opportunities for people with taller accessory buildings, a garage with a bunkie, for example. They're not restricted by whatever we're putting forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Member Cox.
Okay. Thank you, Matthew. Those questions I was going to ask. Thank you. I just needed a bit of a clarification, Jamie, through the chair. Did you say like July would be sort of, because I'm thinking of the 3 garden suite owners, and it's in the draft bylaw that they will be exception and they will have the choice to become ARUs to convert. So would that be like the end of July that, like, I think that's what you said, was it not?
Yes.
To have, when this draft, the bylaw comes through
Yeah, so
after the,
through Mr. Chairman to the deputy mayor, yeah, so if it gets approved, let's say council passes
Yeah.
the bylaw June 3rd, then notice has to be sent out.
Yeah.
And depending on how quickly notice gets sent out, there's a 20-day appeal period after that. There's no appeals received, then the bylaw is in effect. If there are appeals received, then
okay,
we have to wait
right.
to see what happens with respect to that. So
that's what,
a
okay.
July-ish timeline.
Ish.
There's
Okay.
a few things that need to get ironed out with these existing garden suite property owners. So maybe,
And that will happen after the bylaw or as you're doing it to these owners, so they sort of know where things are at? Because I think that's where the issue is, not understanding clearly where they're at and how they fit in and what will happen. I think they just need some information, which I'm sure our staff and you will send them. And
Yeah.
that's just what I would like to make sure they have that.
yeah,
Okay,
we can
thank
be
you.
in contact with them.
And I also just want to say, I'm really happy to see this ARU come in. There are so many people who have homes and they have children or relatives who can't afford a home. And so this opens the door for an accessory residential unit. But I just want to clarify this for people who are listening. This is not a severance. Like when you build these additional the ARUs, when you go to sell that property, that's all one property and it goes with it. I just wanted to clarify that. And the other one is, it's anyway, and the existing driveways for the garden suites will be fine also, right? Because they're already grandfathered in if they have their own driveway?
Yes,
Okay.
Deputy Mayor, the way the bylaw is drafted is that you're to use the existing driveway,
Mhm.
or like if you have a second driveway that's on a property,
That's fine.
you could use that as well.
Right. Okay.
If somebody wants to create a whole new driveway for one of these and do this situation where it's more than 75 meters and somewhere else, then they're going to submit an application and we're going to talk about the appropriateness.
And the other one I
That's
wanted
the idea.
to hit on, sorry, is the height. If we're talking height, and especially in a shoreline area. I don't, in the past, it's been a vista issue. So if you're planning on doing an ARU that's taller than your regular home and you have people behind you, they will be notified, because if that height is higher, right, than the allowed, it takes their view away. So those things still will happen, right?
Yes, if it's not in compliance with the bylaw, that's
Right.
the as of right permissions,
Right.
then they would have to go through either a minor variance to the committee of adjustment or council. Minor variance is 60 meters notice, everybody. Zoning amendment, everybody within 120 meters gets
Okay.
notice.
Thank you very much, Jamie. This was great. Thanks.
Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. Jamie, thank you for the presentation. Well done. So just going back to the garden suites and the passing of the ARUs come June the 3rd, when will the garden suites be reimbursed the monies that they've left with us? Katie.
Through the chair to Member Burkett's comment, as I think we've talked about here a number of times, there is an agreement registered on title for each of those garden suite properties. So there is a process to have that agreement removed from title. So there's a fee under the township's fees and charges bylaw. There's a lawyer who needs to remove it from title. So that is a process that they can start anytime. I would recommend they wait until they're sure we're going to pass this. So that's probably an activity they would like to do during that 20-day appeal period. With that fee to remove it from title, we'll also be looking at, is there anything required under the Ontario Building Code in order to convert these garden suites into permanent dwellings? So high level right now, we don't think there's anything, but we need to review that. And we didn't think that the taxpayers of the township should pay for us to review that. Rather, the fee and the fees bylaw is intended so that those 3 individuals who have garden suites will pay that fee for us to look into that and for us to then have that agreement removed from title.
Thank you. Supplementary, if I may. So Jamie, we're allowed 3 ARUs and the principal residence is considered 1, so 2 others. Is that correct?
3 total.
3 in total.
Yeah.
So does it have to be a family member that lives in it can be anyone?
No, we can't zone by people, race, or anything like that.
Okay, so my question is around potable water. Is that part of this process? And the only reason I'm asking is because we do have something in our township where they have, I don't know how many apartments, but I think maybe more than 3 number. And now what's happened, because it doesn't have potable water, I know that the person that owns the building has to pay all the bills, but our staff has to take time to make sure that it does work. Would that be something that would happen here if 2 of the ARUs felt that they didn't have potable water? Like, I just so I understand that if this is being thought of as we move forward with this.
So through the chair, the non-municipal small drinking water system licensing process isn't triggered till I'm pretty sure it's 5, right? So, and that's the difference. So these are generally 3 units. If you go to 5, you would have a license by the ministry.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarity. Thank you. I think all my other questions have been asked. Thank you.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, through Chair Taylor to Mr. Robinson. You commented on homes being not mobile homes, not trailer homes. Is there a definition of a factory built home, and is that different from a mobile or trailer home?
Through Mr. Chair to the counselor, yes, there's a definition of a modular home in the zoning bylaw, which is basically a home that's constructed off-site. So yes, there are different standards. There's a modular home, there's a mobile home, and there's a park model trailer. Those are the 3 types of structures that often get confused, people get confused with, but they're all independently defined in the zoning bylaw.
Anything else? Member Jansen.
Yeah, thank you for the report. I think it's good that we're moving forward with this. I've certainly heard from people in rural areas that they'd like to add an ARU to their properties for the reasons Deputy Mayor Cox said. Kids can't afford homes right now, and this is an affordable way. I also think it's good to bring people into our communities if residents wanted to invest in their properties and add a second structure to it to be able to have people living within our settlement areas. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just going to speak to this if I could, and I had 3 items, and one of it you've partially answered. The slide said conversion to ARUs, and so does that include the lawyer to remove it from the title? And then does it mean the plans are going to be reviewed in the office, or is there an on-site building inspection? I'm just curious on how do you describe conversion to ARU?
Through to the chair's questions, we need to pull all the permits for the 3 existing ARUs to comment on what will be involved. So we haven't done that yet because we didn't want that cost to be borne by the general tax base. We want that to be part of the fee everyone has to pay to have the agreement removed from title. So we don't know what's involved with those 3 yet. We have reached out to one of the individuals who is aware that there's a process to follow, and they're going to start that. And of course, another individual was here today. So there's just one other individual who may not be aware of this process yet. It is still their right to remove it in accordance with the agreement or extend the agreement should they choose. And the one individual I did speak to, who I don't believe is here today, thought they might extend the agreement and not permanently keep it. So that is still an option available to them. But what we're trying to do through this bylaw is recognize these existing situations if they do want to permanently keep these garden suites.
The heights to 11 meters in AG and RU properties, why not GL and rural? Because some of the properties used to be AG, and they, with the sweeping changes there, got changed to Greenland. So I don't see why you would differentiate a Greenland from ag or RU.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, maybe the slide was incorrect, but in 3.3.3 of the draft bylaw, that height does apply to agricultural, rural residential, and the GL zone, that 11-meter height.
I'd only seen AG and RU.
Yeah, I think the slide may have only referenced those 2 zones. So good catch.
Okay, thank you. And my third and final question is, can you go over the, I was mixed up on the 110 square meters. If it's above a garage, it's okay. But if it's attached to the garage, can you explain that and the rationale behind that?
So the 110, think of it as a cumulative maximum accessory building size. So footprint. So you could have 100 if you wanted your accessory, your additional unit on the main level, let's say on the ground floor. However big you make that, it decreases the size of your garage or storage space effectively. Or you could go a full 110 square meters of storage space on the main level and 110 square meters of living space above. So that's the way it's drafted. The idea is that we're not adding additional accessory building size to a property as of right beyond what the bylaw permits currently. We're allowing them to go up though, but it's not increasing the overall number of accessory buildings that are permitted on a property currently. So right now you can have 3 accessory buildings on those rural type properties, and you'd continue to be allowed to have 3 under the current drafting of this.
Thank you. I think Katie,
the approach limits the additional buildings and tries to promote the idea of going up as opposed to dispersion of accessory buildings on a site. That's the principle.
Yeah, Katie.
If I can just add to that as well, from a staff perspective, council knows this probably just as well as staff do. Planning is hard. There's a lot of gray areas. There's a lot of things subject to interpretation. So when we started down this road, we wanted to try and make it easier, right? We have zoning provisions for a main house. And we have zoning provisions for accessory structures. An ARU is an accessory structure. So we wanted the accessories, well, in discussions, we came to the realization that we think from an enforcement or a easy to understand provision stance, it would be easier to try to just get across the message that an accessory dwelling unit or an additional dwelling unit is an accessory structure. So the rules that apply to accessory structures also apply to this. The 75% and 110 square meters has been the size requirement in our bylaw since 2010. So people who are in the know, designers, contractors, etc., they know that rule. That's an easy rule to know. So what we wanted to try to do is say, here's another form of accessory structure that you're now allowed to do, but it meets the accessory structure provisions. Where the difference is in the height, because we've never allowed two-story accessory buildings before. So we are going to allow two-story accessory buildings if it has the ARU up top. And what a lot of people actually have been asking for, because I know there's been a lot of conversations about the maximum height. What a lot of people have been asking for is a building that we define in our bylaw as a 1.5 story, right? So that's, you know, it has a little bit more attic space than an attic. So therefore it's a 1/2 story, right? So that would be like a traditional kind of oversized garage looking thing, right? We have a lot of that in this community already that comes forward, and we have to explain to them, no, that's a 1/2 story. You can only have an attic above your garage. You can't have a 1/2 story. So we've definitely seen the demand through public comments, especially in the last year, getting ready that we know we're going to do this. We've had a lot of people come forward and say that they want to utilize that 1/2 story. And lots of times, depending on the height they want in the garage, they can still meet that 5 meters if it's a 1/2 story, because there's enough headroom up there. It's a, you know, nice 1-bedroom apartment size. So that's what we were trying to do, is we were trying to make this simple to say it's a type of accessory building. And also I think what Jamie was trying to explain too is we're trying to limit, you know, the number of building footprint. We're trying to limit the clutterness of a property, especially in the urban areas, right? We have some recognitions built in there for if it is an existing building in terms of the height and the size. And then for new buildings, we want to try and consolidate that. One of the main goals of the county OP and ROP in the rural area is to ensure that everything's in that building cluster. So we're not cutting down more trees. We're not encroaching in environmental features. We're not encroaching in farmland. So just kind of that clustering and also trying to make efficient use of the land. So I think that's some added intent there, is to try to just help people understand the messaging. What we're going to use is it's an accessory building. Do you have like we've had applications here before, because we've always allowed apartments in part of your home or as an addition to your home. And we've had multiple applications where people have taken an attached garage and turned it into an accessory apartment, right? So that's what the messaging we're going to try is it's an accessory building. The policies everyone knows about accessory buildings apply to this. And we just thought that would be simpler. And then if someone does want a bigger size because they have a bigger property or they have some unique situations, that's where Committee of Adjustment has always come into play for people who want larger garages. And that's where it would continue to come into play for people who want larger accessory dwelling units.
Okay, if the committee has any other comments, I'll ask for a draft motion from the clerk.
The motion. The motion reads that planning report P26-026 dated May 6, 2026 with respect to official plan amendment OP 2601 and zoning bylaw amendment Z 2605 regarding or concerning additional residential units be received. And further, that the township's planning consultant and staff be directed to consider the comments provided through the public meeting process, prepare an updated official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, and prepare a recommendation report for council's consideration at a future meeting for a decision.
Thank you. I have a moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Cox. All in favor, carried. I've been asked for a 5-minute break, and I've Okay, I think we'll call the meeting back to order here, and we're going to discuss the zoning bylaw amendment Z 26-06 regarding on-farm diversified uses. And I'll now call upon the township's consultant, Jamie Robinson, again from MHBC Barrie, to please present the information provided on item F 1.3 in the agenda package and explain the purpose and effect of the application. And I'd like to point out that the picture there is actually from one of our farms in Ward 1 on the North River. Go ahead, Jamie.
Thanks. I didn't actually prepare the presentation, but I do know that farm. I've been there before. Next slides, please. So this is again one of the, as I mentioned at the start of the last public meeting, this is really one of the sort of hot button topic items related to implementing the official plan policies. On-farm diversified uses, they've been around for a long time. In the 2005 PPS, they were referred to as secondary uses. And then in, I think it was the 2014 PPS, they got modified to be called on-farm diversified uses. So the intention of on-farm diversified uses is that you would have a secondary use to a farm use on a property. And then it's really intended to allow farmers to diversify their income, or agricultural property owners to diversify their income through other means. Examples are home industries and home occupations. So a home industry could be something like a machine shop. A home industry usually occurs in an accessory building, and could be small engine repair or something like that. Home occupation is something that typically occurs in the main dwelling. So examples of that could be, you might have a barber shop, or you might have a lawyer office, or a small dentist office, or an accountant, or a bookkeeper, something like that. So those are the difference between home occupations and home industries. But the intent of this on-farm diversified use bylaws to capture those. Can you go to the next slide, please? There's other types of on-farm diversified uses. Now, the first two bullets really talk about things that are related to agricultural uses typically. So you'll see, like at Rounds Ranch, for example, out past Elmville, they've got the Fun Farm, or at Chapels Farms. Those are examples of on-farm diversified uses. So those are like your sleigh rides and petting zoos and themed playgrounds. I know Ayers Christmas Tree Farm up here has the petting zoo and things like that go on when you get your Christmas tree from there. Other examples are things that provide value added to agricultural products. So those like grain drying bins, or milling, or any type of production, like Hewitt's has their farm market associated with it. Those are examples of on-farm diversified uses. The key is the last bullet I just wanted to raise for everybody's attention. When people think about on-farm diversified uses, they always think about those examples that are related to agriculture, but there's no requirement in the definition that an OFDU be related to agricultural. So you could have a machine shop. The examples I always provide is, you drive around Grey County, anywhere over that neck of the woods by Flesherton and that, you'll see a lot of Mennonite farms with big machine shops where they're producing value-added goods for the automotive industry and different things. But the key is they're secondary to the farming operation, and there's some limits associated with those. But that's an area of the province that's had a sort of an explosion of these on-farm diversified uses, whether it's woodworking or auto parts or manufacturing. There's some pretty detailed things over there. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing to do with the zoning bylaw amendment is allow for on-farm diversified uses. It's really a categorical term. We don't define the different types of things that could be on-farm diversified uses. There's some examples of them, but we say on-farm diversified uses are essentially any use. When I said it doesn't have to be ag-related, it could be commercial, it could be an industrial, it could be a small retail component, but those uses are examples of things. So it's a categorical permitted use you see in the bylaw. And there's some limitations on where they can be located. So it has to be on the same property as the agricultural use. You can't have an ag use and then have a second property, which in those instances, it's just the principal use would be ag related use, for example. So they have to be permitted on lots with over 4 hectares in size. The reason we said that is in order to have an on-farm diversified use, you first have to have an agricultural use. So our idea is that you can't really have a bona fide ag use on less than 4 hectares. There may be some really unique circumstances, but you'll see in a moment, there's also limitations on the size of the lot dedicated to the ag use, or I'm sorry, to the on-farm diversified use. Secondly, the scale, maximum area of the operations 1 hectare or 2% of the lot area, right? So if you got a 100-acre farm, you could have 2% of that, or 2 acres, dedicated to the on-farm diversified use, right? So up to a maximum of 1 hectare, sorry, would be your limitation. So that's where that sliding scale works. Once you get down to 4 hectare lot, there's really nothing left that you could meet these requirements. So we've got some limitations there on scale. The size, that 2 hectares or that 1 hectare max or 2%, it doesn't include laneways, parking areas, and lands actively used for agriculture. So if you had like temporary parking, for example, that might only last for a couple of weeks a year, but you can still farm the land, like that wouldn't be included in the 2%. Next slide, please. Buildings and structures, total gross floor area, so maximum of 20% of the operation, up to a maximum size of any one building. You can have 500 square meters. So there's a limit. The first one limits the amount of building space you can occupy. And I should mention, a lot of this stuff, these numbers that are in here, we haven't sort of dreamt these up. There's a document that the province produces, which is called permitted uses in guidelines for permitted uses in prime agricultural areas. So it's a document that helps implement the PPS, and that's where the 2% comes from. That's where the maximum 1 hectare comes from. That's where a lot of these requirements come from. They just haven't been implemented in your zoning bylaw previously. We've also make note that you're still subject to MDS requirements, which is minimum distance separation, which that really is it's the tool to deal with land use compatibility, to make sure what we're doing is still compatible with the actual agricultural operation as well. Next slide, please. Special uses. So the uses that get a lot of attention often when we look at on-farm diversified uses are the ones that have the propensity to generate traffic, generate noise, and really the nuisance aspect of it. So those are the ones that when we see these things in rural areas, they often generate and garner the most attention, and bylaw officers, for example, might get called the most. So what we've proposed with those is that if you're doing an agricultural event venue, which could be a wedding venue, for example, we established that you do need a zoning bylaw amendment to do those. The proposed bylaw would not allow those as of right. So if I had a 100-acre farm and I wanted to do a wedding venue, I still have to come and ask permission to council to be able to do that. The reason why is we think it's appropriate to you might have to do a traffic study to make sure the infrastructure is safe to support the amount of traffic. We may require some details about servicing, how you're going to service that number of people on a property from a well, septic, sewage accommodation perspective. Also a noise study. We might want a noise study to be done if there's any sensitive receptors or residential uses in proximity to the site. So the zoning bylaw would be needed. We also put in the bylaw, though, the minimum lot area size of 25 hectares. So basically, you need a decent sized lot to even be eligible. Yes, somebody could apply to amend that if they've got a smaller provision, but we wanted to have some kind of a standard in there. The idea is that if you've got these uses that have the potential to be more noxious, that you're not going to see them on 4-hectare properties or 5-hectare properties, because there's a lot of those in the municipality. There's a more limited number of the ones that are 25. And if you've got a smaller property size, chances are you've got neighbors close by, right? Which could cause more impact. So that was the idea behind setting a minimum lot size requirement for those. I know the townships had some, and if you're a permanent use, you'd be subject to site plan controls. So we can deal with things like parking, access, fire, for example. Like, people often don't think that if you're having a big event venue, you're going to need to meet fire code requirements, which could mean underground storage tanks for water and different things like that, right? So we want site plan control to be applied to those larger facilities. If you're doing something temporary, so I know there's been some inquiries in the municipality recently about temporary special events that might be once a year, for example, that you have some people come to the property. Those would be permitted by the zoning, and would be subject to the township's licensing bylaws. So there'd be a licensing that you'd have to obtain a license, which would deal with the safety aspect of things and public health aspect of things. But it really doesn't, but it would be allowed through zoning because of the temporary and limited nature of those events. So that's trying to be somewhat permissive to people that do things infrequently as opposed to all the time. Next slide, please. So the zoning bylaw amendment itself, it establishes parking requirements that you'd need. It provides some terminology that's consistent across the various zones. And then in the actual definition of on-farm diversified use, we've provided some examples, but it's not an exhaustive list. It's the types of things that we would consider an on-farm diversified use. Next slide, please. Test. No, I've just finger slip here. Operator error, I think, is what they refer to that as. So in terms of public comments, so whatever comments we received today and we received already, we would prepare a report back to council, include a table that provides responses to everybody. And then that recommendation report is also intended to come back June 3rd as well for council's consideration. So with that, that completes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very, very much, Jamie. We'll go to the public portion. Any persons present in person, on Zoom, or on the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream to remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. So I'll ask Emily, are there any members of the public registered to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I believe a lot of the folks who are registered to speak are attending on Zoom, so we'll give a little bit of time for them to unmute themselves once called. So the first folks registered, going in order by last name, is Mark and Alexandra Jones. The next person who's registered to speak is Martin King.
Can you see if they're online or not?
I can see if they're online. Some of them might not want to
Okay.
unmute themselves, but
Okay, if you just
pause
ask
to give them enough
invite them,
time.
that'll be fine.
The next registered person is Michael McCone.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning, still afternoon, I guess. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm just in regard to a portion of the bylaw amendment for the zoning bylaw of 2010-65. I did submit a letter yesterday for review. I'm not sure if you had a chance to review that. In regard to a portion of the bylaw, which referenced the 25 hectares of land as a minimum for the agricultural event venue. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't a typo or an error. It implies that 62 acres is the minimum property size for an agricultural event venue. So anything under the 50 acres wouldn't fall into that zoning bylaw for approval. I just wanted to confirm that.
Can staff confirm that?
Yep, through you, worship, and thanks, Michael. Yes, the bylaws drafted is that OFDUs, there's the minimum lot size of 4 hectares for an on-farm diversified use. But if you are proposing an agricultural event venue, then there's proposed to be a 25 hectare minimum. Just noted that no matter any agricultural event venue would need to go through a zoning bylaw amendment. So if, for example, you had a property that was 20 hectares and you wanted to do an agricultural event venue, you need a zoning bylaw amendment anyways. So based on the site-specific circumstance, you can incorporate that reduction or relief from that provision of the zoning bylaw into your request as well. But even if you had a property that was 100 hectares in size and wanted an agricultural event venue, you still need a zoning bylaw amendment. So so we were trying to establish some sort of minimum lot size for that higher order use, I'll say. If people feel strongly one way or the other that number should be lowered from the 25 to something less, then happy to consider it. We did do a cursory review of lot sizes in the municipality and kind of looked around in the GIS program at sort of how many lots there were under 20 and under 25, and looked at the different numbers to get an idea about why we came up with the 25. We wanted it somewhat limited, but not completely limited, I guess. So.
Okay, thank you, James. Any questions online there? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I just reviewed it, and I'm looking at, and I'm not sure if it would affect us or any other facilities that are already in agricultural use and have as an event venue in reference to events. It could be a variety of different things in the letter that I proposed to council. I work on acres, so in my mindset, 25 doesn't sound like a lot for hectares, but if you understand what it is, it's 62 acres. The average common in this circumstance, I would say, equestrian facilities or horse farms or livestock farms, like those areas that are doing that, those properties, from my research, are typically 25 to 50 acre parcels. And I think the 62 acres or the 25 hectares is, I guess, this allows a lot of the active or remaining businesses that are already operating in function for hosting events, right? Because it's more of a permanent thing, and it's a little bit separate from the use that you guys were initially listing within the new proposed bylaw. Does that make sense that the acreage is that big? That's the question I'm asking, and I'm showing concern for that because it is a bit of a thing. So I don't know if I should just read my letter to you guys, or if you've reviewed it, does it need to be read? Or
Yeah, I'd be open if you read your letter, would be fine.
Okay, maybe that would be more clear than me just speaking. So it was subject regarding proposed zoning bylaw for section amendment for section 3.21, and it was regarding the proposed hectares of 25 for agricultural event venues. In reference, the approximate value per acreage is 62 acres. This is substantial land requirement and exceeds the size of many rural properties in Severn Township, where numerous parcels are commonly 25 to 50 acres. As written, this provision could exclude many existing farms, equestrian facilities, and rural businesses from reasonable diversification opportunities, regardless of whether the property has suitable access, parking, setback, servicing, and buffering. Lot size alone should not determine whether a use is appropriate, well-managed smaller farms may be more suitable than larger parcels with poor road access or limited infrastructure. As a property owner and farm operator, I support thoughtful planning policies that preserve agricultural and allow rural businesses to evolve and remain financially sustainable. However, several portions of this proposed amendment may unintentionally limit viable farm diversification and create barriers for established equestrian facilities and agricultural operations. So my proposal is that I respectfully request council to consider removing or reducing the mandatory 25 hectare minimum, replacing it with a performance-based review focused on access, service, parking, setbacks, and account compatibility, which I think you're already somewhat doing. Clarifying the equestrian competitions, clinics, and farm-related gatherings are permitted as agricultural or agritourism uses. Streamlining approvals for small-scale existing farm businesses would be a suggestion. Supporting rural economic diversification while maintaining neighbor compatibility and recognizing that neighboring municipalities, which Jamie mentioned with Gray County, with more practical agritourism and rural business policies may attract investment, jobs, and new opportunities away from Severn. If we are limited to property size by 25 hectares. Agricultural equestrian properties are often required multiple revenue streams to remain sustainable. Responsible by diversification helps preserve the farmland and create employment and rural properties productivity. So for example, that's the end of my letter, and thank you for listening to me read that. We used to host a Trillium show series from Georgian Bay, and we drew in almost 400 people in a weekend, everywhere from Beaverton, Huntsville, Muskoka, Georgian Bay, Collingwood, up to Perry Sound. And there were some changes due to COVID and amendments made with the Trillium Association and the different event venues that we went with. But we had a large drawing of retail and bringing people to Severn's community. Whether it's hotels, judges and coaching, and people buying from local businesses while they were here. That's changed a bit and for us. And now if we're planning on reintroducing that, we would be limited as our property acreage is only 55.5 and we fall under the 25 hectare. So I'm just wondering if you guys would consider that and let me know your thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you comment, Jamie, to that?
Yeah, thank you. Through you to to Michael. We can certainly take a look again at the minimum lot size requirements. And again, we've got your comments. We'll be reviewing them in detail as we prepare the recommendation report. And we'll certainly respond to those. And I might reach out and have a chat with you as well. So thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Emily, do you have anyone else online?
Thank you, Chair. The next registered person is Leanne Sharp. I'm not seeing them on Zoom. So the next registered person is Peggy Wainman. And the last person who registered in advance was Haley Watson.
Okay, so can I ask if Jamie can summarize any additional correspondence or Emily any additional correspondence that you've received?
Thank you, Chair. Enbridge Gas stated no objections to the application, but reserves the right to amend development conditions. And as stated, Mr. McCone provided comments yesterday, and he was able to summarize his letter for us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. And just any closing remarks, Jamie, before I hand it over to the committee?
Nothing to add, just that we've heard the comments, we've got the comments, and we'll be considering those as we prepare the recommendation report. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'll ask for committee. Any input there? I'll start with Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. 25 hectares seems a bit excessive, Jamie. I think that if you convert 50 acres, which are a number of farms in the community, it comes out to 20.234 hectares. 50 acres is probably as many farms as we have in the community. I mean, some big ones, but I empathize with Michael who wrote the letter. 20 hectares seems more realistic to me. That's just my comment.
Thank you. Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. My question is for Jamie Robinson. You mentioned in your presentation another municipality that currently has lots of examples. You shared about diversified use for on-farm properties. Did you come across, or are you able to tell us what those minimum acre or hectare lot sizes are in the bylaws there in those municipalities, or at least that one?
Sorry, I don't have that through, Mr. Chairman. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but I can look into that and include that in the recommendation report, just some examples of what other municipalities include.
That's awesome. Thank you. I find it helpful when there are other examples of what other municipalities have done, because then we do know many of us are familiar with other townships where we go to participate in these kinds of events. So it would just kind of help for me clarify it, but I would also support a reduction so that something that makes sense as far as noise, parking, road uses, all of that, that we come down as low as we can so that we can support people in this secondary income stream that they're pursuing.
Thank you very much. Jamie, go ahead.
No, we'll look at those options. The one thing I just want to add from my experience in submitting these applications on behalf of applicants is that we probably can come down somewhat, but when I talked about there being the limitations on the maximum lot area of 1 hectare being dedicated to the use or the 2% lot size, if you're doing an event venue, for example, it starts to get pretty tough to fit the parking and the event venue itself and whatever amenities you need in smaller areas. So I'll do some math and do some exercise to see what that all looks like. But if I can't get the number way down, like there'll be a reason why, but we'll certainly look into it.
Thank you. Member Cox and then Member Burkett.
Through the chair, the wedding event and the permit and that, what if a family has a wedding coming up, their daughter, and they just want to use their barn to have the wedding there? Where does that go? And how does that work?
I think through the chair to Member Cox's question, when this first materialized out of council and all the conversations we've had over the past 6 months, I think on this is about someone renting your property, someone paying to rent your property, or someone paying to come to your property for an experience. This isn't about someone having their daughter's wedding or their cousin's wedding. This is about business and the transaction of money. So that is something we'll have to look at when we do the licensing bylaw. And I think, previously when we've done some site-specific examples, I know one lady individually had referred to that and said, she started out it was a friend of a friend or a family member or something like that. And then she started to think, well, maybe I'll do this more permanently. And that was part of the whole thought behind the licensing and the special events is that, if you do just do it for a relative and then you think, oh, maybe I'll do this more often and I'll charge people and rent out my facility, but you're only going to do it twice a year, then that would be where the licensing would come into play instead of the site plan agreement. So, I think there's going to be a lot of nuances if council approves this that we'll have to work through. And, as any change to our bylaw we make, sometimes we have to come back and tweak things a little bit. But this is really focused on people that are renting out their property and that are charging for experiences.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because that question had come up. And the other one is, No, I'll leave it. I think the mayor's going to speak to that one. There we go.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. So can we go back to Michael that was on? So if he has an existing diversified farm use that he's been using for years, why would it not be grandfathered in? I'm just curious.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor, if it's a legally existing use, then it would be grandfathered in. If it's legal, I don't know. I don't know what he's got going on there. So, but if he's got a legally existing use, it would be grandfathered through the non-conforming use section in the zoning bylaw.
All right, thank you. So supplementary, if I may. So I know that you have concerns if we're going to do something that the 25 hectares, is that a provincial mandate, Jamie, or is that something that we came up with here at the office, or did you come up with?
Yeah, it's something that we came up with. So the provincial documents don't have a minimum lot size requirement in them, but what they speak to is are that 2% maximum lot area dedicated to the use up to a maximum of 1 hectare. So those are the only limitations in size from a provincial perspective.
So we could, for example, Michael's, and I know where it is. I won't say where it is, but the 5 hectares that he's asking for difference would allow him to do what he's doing today. No? Okay, Katie, go ahead.
It might. We're not sure.
Through the
We're gonna take.
chair, we're
gonna
gonna
take
look
this
at
all
that
back and-
at that site specific example, but I think there's some misconception here. The 25 hectares is basically a guidance number for large special events that we're not contemplating permitting as of right. Those people would still need a zoning bylaw amendment, right? Just as people with wedding venues have come before council in the past. The intent here that staff originally took, and council can advise if I'm mistaken, the intent was that people could have, 5 people at a time, 10 people at a time, maybe 20 people at a time, come to their property to tour a maple syrup facility, to pet their animals, to do those kind of small scale things. We never took this as an intent that council was looking to allow everyone who had over 20 hectares to have a wedding facility on their property without notifying their neighbors. So as soon as you take away the site specific zoning requirements, you're taking away the neighbor notification. So if that's what council had in mind, was allowing every property that's over 20 hectares to have a wedding venue without notifying the neighbors, I think that's something we can take back and we can look into for the site for this amendment. But I don't think that was the intent of this. I think the intent was more for the small business owners who were looking to provide those small catered experiences of, petting their cow, or, we had a horse therapy center that came through that I think she had a maximum of 12 people at a time. We've had people from the maple syrup industry that have wanted, small group tours a few times a year, those kind of things. So that's what we were really focused on instead of the large event venues. So maybe it's that we need to rethink about the definition of the event venues, because I think that's really what we're trying to capture here is those large venues would not be permitted as of right. It would be the smaller businesses and the smaller venues, I guess, if you want to call it that. But that's the difference we tried to incorporate into the bylaw, because I think as staff, we're very cognizant of the complaints we've gotten on our existing wedding venues. And those are primarily on larger properties. And that was part of this rationale coming into this. So, happy to hear from council if they were thinking this was a different direction, but hopefully that eases some of the confusion.
If I may, through the chair. So this is something the province has brought forward. It's not something we're bringing forward. Or I may miss that when I was reading.
So through the chair, this is something this council directed us
Okay,
to
so that,
do.
okay, so.
But the province brought forward the 2% rule and all the guidance on what is considered an on-farm diversified use. And then we put that provincial guidance into our official plan. And then now we're trying to put it in the zoning bylaw so that people don't, if they want to have 10 people on their property for horse therapy, which was a mental health thing, not riding horses, they don't have to come to council and get a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, so my concern, supplementary if I may, if this is an initiative that we are going to put forward, now I'm a little worried because I don't know, like I am only because of what happened with the tree cutting bylaw, and that turned into a nightmare. Like I'm just curious how many farms are doing something different on their property now, and now we're going to go around. Are we going to go around and ask if they're legal, like what exactly are we going to do if we're going to go down this path?
Through Mr. Chairman. So what you got to remember is the draft bylaws going to permit on-farm diversified uses as of right.
Correct.
So they're going to be allowed to do it. It's only if you're going to do these big special event type venues are you subject to any sort of planning approval.
So supplementary
And
information.
site plan. And
So thank you for that, Jamie. But so how does that affect this gentleman that called in, this Michael? How would have, like, are we just going to, like, he hasn't had a business or has had whatever he's had on the farm for years. Are we going to now go to him and say, because we have a 25 hectare rule, you now have to conform, if that's what you come back with. Now you have to conform with the new rules that we're guiding, because if that's the case, I don't want to even open this Pandora's box. Unless you can show me other municipalities in Simcoe that are doing the same thing. And we are in a farming community. And all I'm looking at is there's lots of farms that have lots of operations that are going on that we may not even know about. And sorry, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So to put some context here, and I'm not a planner, so I'm not going to speak to the planning pieces of this, is that this largely and has come out of a couple different requests that have come before council, one being your maple producers, who want the ability to have 1 or 2 events a year during the maple season without having to go through the full zoning process that, say, a North Riding Farm process went through to get their business legally established. So this is a 1 or 2 weekend piece that I believe, if the on-farm diversified use pieces were put into effect, would then be controlled through the business licensing bylaw. So your maple producers would come in. This would be part 2. Your maple producers would come in, say, we want to hold an event on the 1st and 3rd weekends of March to invite people into our property. The licensing then would have fire go out and make sure they have fire access in and out of the property, make sure public health goes to make sure it's publicly inspected so it's safe for people to attend. And then they would have the ability to obtain a license to operate for 2 weekends, invite the public onto their property without having to go through a full zoning bylaw amendment to change the zoning on their property permanently. That was the intent, partially to accomplish through this piece. And I'm sure our planning staff have some extra pieces they want to chime in, but that was the original direction and reason for council's direction to staff to pursue this.
If I may, through the chair, this is something seasonal, not something that happens year round. So this is quite different from what I'm seeing may or may not be happening throughout our whole township. These other people, this gentleman runs it year round. So now we're going to ask him, I don't know what we're going to ask him, but if we're going to go down the path where he's going to require a site plan, whatever he needs, I'm not in favor of it. So we can do something differently for the maple syrup guys that are very seasonal. We can do that for the time. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
What I might suggest through you, Mr. Chair, is to give planning staff the opportunity to reach out to him directly, which is what they already committed to doing, and bring those comments and feedback back into the final report.
But I feel now that we're going to open a Pandora's box, you're going to find fault with this gentleman, and he's going to be upset because he's had this business for years. And now we're going to find something that maybe he shouldn't have been doing, that he may have to conform to, and it's going to cost him oodles of money. And he doesn't have the money to do that. And others that may be behind him that we don't even know about. I'm just,
can I just
economy that, no, you guys don't understand what it's like to be in business for yourself. It's really difficult. You struggle. No, but that's what's happening, Katie. When we're doing this, this is what we're doing. I know that the maple syrup guys, and they need to survive. I understand that, but that's a seasonal business. It only happens for a month out of the year. These people are trying to make a living, and there's hundreds of them. And I'm not going to tell you where they are because I see them. I talk to them, but I'm just worried what this may open moving forward. I really am concerned about it. Like, we're struggling as it is. Our people are struggling as it is.
Through Mr. Chair, the only comment I wanted to make was that the bylaw, the draft bylaw that's being proposed doesn't put any additional restrictions on people that have already been doing things that are legal. So as long as, like, if, for example, there's an individual that's been operating an illegal wedding venue on their property that they didn't get a zoning bylaw amendment for, like, if you wanted to establish as a wedding venue tomorrow, you need to come when this bylaw is not in effect yet. Under the current zoning bylaw, if you want to establish a wedding venue, you need to come in and apply for a zoning bylaw amendment to do it, right? That if this bylaw were to be approved, you would also need to come in and apply for a zoning bylaw amendment to do it. It doesn't change that fact. The only change it's doing is saying we're putting some parameters around, not every lot can have them, and here's some minimum size requirements that directly align with what the provincial guideline document's telling us. So yeah, I just wanted to make that point clear that today there's requirements for people to do these things. We are going to reach out to this particular gentleman that we've been talking about today. We are going to look at his scenario, but yeah, this doesn't change a lot from what we have today.
Supplementary, if I may, a wedding venue, Jamie, with all due respect, is quite different from what we're doing here. A wedding venue is something that makes massive amounts of noise, and there's parking issues, and we would get flagged immediately if they didn't, because they would call bylaw. The neighbors would let us know. But when you've got businesses that do no trouble, they make no noise, they keep to themselves, they carry on. And the only way it would be complaint driven. That's what I'm worried about. The wedding venues, absolutely, we would have to do something about it because it's disrupting the whole neighborhood. But that's an isolated case where we would get a phone call immediately.
I'll let Katie speak and then Jamie, and then we've got Member McIntyre.
Katie's just deferred to me, so I'll just be quick. So all of those other on-farm diversified uses, this bylaw right now, those people may have to come to get permission today. This bylaw gets approved, they don't have to come for permission. It's allowing it's allowing it as of right for those people.
So we're going to have a list of the different types of businesses that are going to be able to carry on the different properties. Is that the way it's going to work?
So through the chair, anyone in this township right now who establishes an on-farm diversified use needs a zoning bylaw amendment. So whether that's you want 200 people every weekend at your wedding venue, or you want 10 people to come to your property for mental health purposes and walk on the trails and pet your horses, you need a zoning bylaw amendment and you need a site plan agreement. Same rules apply to both of those scenarios. If this bylaw gets approved, only the people who are doing the wedding venues will need a zoning bylaw amendment. The people who are trying to have people come to their property, small scale, the small business owners will not need a zoning bylaw amendment. Site plan control will still be there. To the clerk's point earlier, we're trying to develop an option so people don't have to go through site plan control if it's just a couple events a year. Equestrian facilities are already permitted as of right in the zoning bylaw. So what this gentleman's doing may already be permitted as of right. We don't know. He only approached us yesterday afternoon. So we haven't had a chance to work through that. We've already committed to talking to him and figuring that out. But I think what's important to not lose sight of here, and that was perhaps my frustration a few minutes ago, is that we're trying to help the small business owners. So I think to say that what we're doing is trying to hurt the small business owners is 100% untrue. We are trying to save a step in the process because we've heard from so many people. I know members of council have heard from people too, that to hire a planner and to go through a zoning bylaw amendment process is cost prohibitive. If they're having 10 people come to their property and experiencing farm life for $20 each, right? That's cost prohibitive to go through the zoning process. Will they still need to go through the site plan process or the licensing process with Allison? Yes, absolutely they will. Because we need to still look at things like fire safety, parking, accessibility, all of those things. So if it's going to be a permanent use, even for 10 to 20 people, and that qualifies as an on-farm diversified use, they're still gonna need a site plan agreement. But it means they won't have to hire a planner, there won't have to be a public meeting, they don't have to go through a zoning bylaw amendment change. And lots of these site plan agreements for the smaller scale people, if you remember, I keep using her as an example, but the lady who came for the horse therapy, her site plan agreement was very simple because she doesn't allow people inside any buildings. So she has a porta potty, she runs it seasonally. So her site plan agreement was basically a drawing that she did herself. And it shows where people park. It shows how the fire department or an ambulance can get in and out of the property. It shows where people go on the property. We took a quick look at it. It was a very simple process. When you have a residential site plan agreement, it's different requirements than a commercial. These on-farm diversified use fall under the residential ones. So we are very much trying to help the small people. And like you said, those wedding event venues, they make a lot of money. That's just the nature of that business. And that's why, and it has the great impact potentially on neighbors. So we think it's really important that if you're going to do one of those big facilities, that the neighbors get notice and the neighbors can come to a public meeting and speak their concerns. But if you're just having a handful of people come onto your property and you're charging them $20 each, you won't have to go through a zoning bylaw amendment process.
Hey, thank you for that clarity, because I thought, like, I didn't realize it's when you have the public come in on your property, that's where we need safeguards. So anyone, to Jamie's point, when he presented, someone that has a machine shop that's working and it's just him and maybe a customer or two that comes in to grab the part, it won't affect those types of people or those types of businesses. All right, thank you. That I understand.
I'll pass to the member Brennan.
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Robinson, I like making sure I understand definitions. In your presentation, you use the term permanent use, I think, versus temporary. Farm uses are generally seasonal. I don't see that word in there. Is seasonal permanent? Like, for instance, maple syrup would be once a year. You're selling garlic. You're not going to sell it 2 times. Well, you can, but most people wouldn't. Like for these small operations. So is permanent seasonal? Like, I just want some clarification here, because temporary is, to me, is not seasonal. I just want to clear it.
So just thinking of how best to phrase this. I was thinking about Monty Python for some reason. Talking about that is what it's.
Go with that. That could be good.
But so in terms of the question, so those uses that happen once a year, like the maple syrup producer or someone has an apiary, for example, or they've got honey, for example, those are still like, they're permanent uses. They exist in every year in perpetuity. Those are agricultural. Those are different forms of agricultural uses. When I was talking about temporary, that's something where we were saying, if you're going to have a wedding on your property once a year, for example, or for a family member, those would be the more temporary situations. But what you were describing would be an on-farm diversified use that, yeah, it may only exist for a month or 2 a year, but it's an on-farm diversified use. Does that help?
Thank you.
Katie's.
Okay. Go ahead, Katie, and then we'll member Jansen.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow that up, that there'll be another opportunity to talk about what is temporary versus permanent when we come forward with the municipal licensing bylaw, right? Because I think that that's the intent, right? So whether that's twice a year, once a year, 3 times a year, that's what council is going to have to decide for the licensing bylaw. So what makes it temporary versus permanent is on purpose a little bit vague in this, so that we can make it less vague in the licensing bylaw, so that in the future we could just tweak the licensing bylaw without having to change the zoning bylaw. So I think that's the next step. If council will recall, our economic development officer and I wrote a report that said, if it's going to be 2 times a year for 2 days each time, that would be temporary. You just get a license through the licensing bylaw. You don't need a site plan agreement. But the first step in that was to allow it under the zoning, right? So I think we can definitely look at those definitions. And as Jamie said, there's some finessing to perhaps be had here, but all of this is to implement the future site plan agreement or the future license bylaw.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jansen.
Thank you. Just want to, it was raised, and I know that our maple syrup producers did come and they've spoken to us. So in terms of, I guess if they're having special events, that's where that license to operate would be. What if they wanted to have more than just 2 events? What if it was every single weekend during the season? And then I guess the other part that I see in here is the farm produce sales outlet. So, you know, they've got a building, the maple syrup. Sure, the season is only a certain amount of time, but they want to invite people into their building to purchase. Does that, they'd be allowed to do that under this?
You want to do
it? Through the chair to Member Jansen, again, it's going to depend on the frequency and the scale of the events, right? So the Economic Development Officer and I spoke to the president of I guess it's the local Maple Syrup Association, or I'm not sure what they're called, sorry. And they basically were saying, you know what, this is great because lots of producers like him want to open up their facility once or twice a year for Tap into Maple weekend, for a special event that would come under the special event licensing. And that's where council's going to have to decide, you know, maple syrup maybe runs for 4 weekends. If you want to do it for 4 weekends, is that going to be covered under the special event license, or will you need a site plan agreement because then that's permanent rather than temporary? So that's what we'll have to decide with the special events licensing. If there's someone who is a maple syrup producer and they, you know, have a facility that during maple syrup season, they open it up so you can watch mixed syrup, but then at other times of the year, you can have a wedding there, you can have a corporate event there, or you can have, you know, walk the trails and we'll charge you $20 to enter, then that would be a permanent use and that would be different. That would fall under the on-farm curbside use. So it's really going to depend on the scale of these. And I think like everything else we've talked about, it may be a fluctuating situation where council may decide in the future to amend the licensing bylaw or direct us to amend the zoning bylaw. I think this is just the first step in what might be a longer process here as we try to work this out.
Okay, and then supplemental. So I believe you said that the licensing bylaw will be coming back for discussion. Is that the case?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So if council passes the on-farm diversified use one, and after we get past the appeal period, then staff will report back once we have one that's, you know, been vetted and we've batted around and try to think of as many different options as council can think of, so that we have those questions somewhat answered. But there will be a standard that council themselves are going to have to set as to where their comfort level is. So, and we'll go from there. Do I expect that it's coming back before summer break? Absolutely not.
Okay.
I just want to make that clear.
Okay, and would there be an opportunity to increase the amount from twice to 4 times or to 6 times per year?
Yes, those can be,
events?
through you, Mr. Chair, those can be part of that discussion. We pulled 2 out of the air right now because it tends to be the request we've received. But we can absolutely work council's discretion. It's your licensing bylaw when we get there as to what that is. But to Katie's point, we're gonna have to balance out what is temporary and what becomes permanent. So, and where that line is, right? At one point, how permissive are you being that you're letting someone get around the requirements for site plan?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, just so I can get some clarity here, when Mr. Robinson comes back to be some kind of a clarity on the 25 acres, that's just a suggestion, the 25 acres, I understand. And secondly, not everything's a wedding or a maple syrup venue. There's probably a myriad of different things that this may fall under that if the public doesn't hear about this, I guess the appeal process is the next stage where one farmer may say to the next, hey, did you know? Because I think there's going to be a bunch of farmers who are having various uses on their farm that they don't even think, they're just farming and they could do a little something on the side. They may not have an understanding of, if we make a hard and fast rule, they might have been doing it for 20, 30 years. Daddy might have done it. Now the kid's doing it. So I'm just looking for somebody to tell me that there'll be some clarity after regarding the 25 acres and regarding the permitted uses. I don't know how you're going to name them all, but I guess you'll have to put them in a bag and kind of tell us on the next meeting. And the clerk says not before the summer break. Well, when are we coming back with Mr. Robinson? That's quick, yeah.
If I can, Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Robinson's intending to report back on this matter to June 3rd.
Okay.
But it's the licensing bylaw that is not coming before fall.
Okay.
There's just no capacity to bring that forward with other items that are council's well aware of that are on our docket, such as short-term rentals and reporting back on that one.
That may be another council. You could go that far. Yes?
No, I mean, we would want to get, our goal is to try and get a licensing bylaw is not is nuanced sometimes as a zoning or an official plan one. And if council put one into place and then later on we needed to tweak it because, you know, there was a change that needed to happen.
Yeah, sure.
Licensing bylaws are not a process that traditionally are not required to be part of a public meeting process. So it can therefore move a little faster through an amendment if we needed to make one after it was put into effect. But I think the goal also here is to try, if council approves this as a first step in June, is to try and get something so that, you know, come next maple season, we have something that's functional in place for those operators as well as others that operate between now and then, whether it's, you know, you want to do a one-day Christmas market or something like that as well, right? So.
Well, I just recall that the letter writer, Michael, said he had 400 people on a weekend. That's a lot of people. And they came from far and wide. So I don't know whether he's legal non-conforming. How do we, I guess he's just one off we got to deal with, I think, isn't it? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Member Cox.
Mine's quick. It's just a clarification for people who are listening or were here. The farm diversification and the ARUs are moving on their own. So if ARUs go through in June, that's fine. If the farm doesn't, they're not connected at all. I just want to clarify that because some people may think because we had them together, they will. Right, Katie? Thank you very much.
So my only comments are further to what Member Burkett was saying, that I hope we don't hurt someone that's been doing something for years and we haven't seen the ramifications of what we're doing here. That's we don't want to be punitive and costing unnecessary money to people that have been doing it for years. And I'm not sure if some of those could be flushed out before the meeting, but I just don't want to hurt people that are doing stuff now. Member Cox.
Sorry, another quick one. In the past years I've been here, no offense, usually a neighbor, we've already heard about those ones. Because if something has happened, we've heard about it on different roads around here. We've heard it all over, and they usually come forward. If things are happening out in the rural area and it's not allowed or it's not anything that's bothering anybody and they're on a big farm and they have lots of land, you usually don't hear about that because most people believe that that's what you can do with that. And there's not a lot of complaints because it's usually complaint driven that we get anything. Thank you.
On that note, I'm going to ask for a motion from the clerk.
Okay, the motion reads that planning report number P26-027 dated May 6, 2026 with respect to a zoning bylaw amendment application file Z2606 being the proposed township zoning bylaw update regarding on-farm diversified uses be received, and that the township's planning consultant and staff be directed to consider the comments provided through the public meeting process, prepare an updated zoning bylaw amendment, and prepare a recommendation report for council's consideration at a future council meeting for a decision.
We have a mover. Moved by Member Jansen, second by Member Brennan. All in favor? That's carried. And I guess, did we go to F2, Madam Clerk?
Yes, so we still have the two items that were pulled from consent that need to be addressed.
So I think E 3.5 was pulled by Member Burkett.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair. I'll be quick. Just the peer review portion. So if an engineer is stating, or a professional that has degrees behind his name, why do we need to have it peer reviewed? Listen, okay.
Through the chair to member Burcott's question, peer review is an all-encompassing term we tend to use here. So larger municipalities have engineers on staff, right? A professional engineer in civil or stormwater or whatever the specialty may be on staff. So we don't have that on staff, so we call that a peer review. But typically, if you're a large municipality, that's just a staff review. And essentially what's happening, it's not to say that engineer is a bad engineer or whatever, but human nature, people miss things. So the township has engineering standards, especially for things that we're going to then assume as part of a development, right? So if an engineer is building a municipal road, building municipal water and sewer infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure, whatever the case may be, we want to make sure that's built to our standard. Otherwise, they're going to build it to a cheaper standard, and then we have to take it over. So we need to review what they submit in order to make sure that it's up to our standard before we take it over. So just because that engineer is signing something saying, yeah, I attest that I meet the township's engineering standards, that doesn't mean he caught everything. So that's just a natural review process in the application process. And it's something that every municipality does. They just don't call it peer review because they have people on staff. So then it's just a review by staff. And the same works for other specialties. If we were part of a conservation authority, we wouldn't peer review environmental reports because they would go to the conservation authority and then the conservation authority would comment on them. So it's just because we don't have specialty professionals on staff that we call it peer review. And we as planning staff have started to shift that conversation a little bit to say that it's internal and external staff. Right now, our planning consultant is a prime example of that. He's right here right now as a staff member. We're not calling him a peer reviewer right now. We hired him to work for us. And same with our engineer that's on retainer. We've shifted to saying our external engineer and internal staff, because that's not really a peer review. That's the township using a professional engineer that we don't have on staff to review an application.
Thank you for that, Katie. Like the document, like what the province is trying to do, like it's just not clear to me. I'm not going to ask any more questions, just that it's very convoluted. And your comments are good, the comments that you've sent back. So I'll just leave it at that. If other members have anything to discuss, they can.
Go ahead, Katie.
I did just want to mention this report was largely written before the last council meeting. So we had a lot of good discussion at the last council meeting. So I just didn't want to lose sight of that. I know a couple members wanted us to include more specific examples or more less flowery language, I think was the term you used. So I just wanted to make sure that council knows we heard that previous direction, and we are going to try and incorporate that into the comments, because the last comment deadline was extended. So we haven't sent those previous ones yet. So I just wanted to note that we did take that into account, even if it's not super reflected in this report, just because of agenda deadlines.
I may supplement through the chair for me. So removing the site plan agreement, like, is that like, that's a legal binding document that between between us and the party. So why would the province want to remove that? I can't wrap my head around that. Like,
It's a mystery to us why the province wants to remove site plan control. The best guess I could say on that is that lots of developers are complaining about the amount of money and time it takes to build development, right? So they're trying to remove the red tape of a site plan agreement. And I think what they're not thinking about is that primarily the things we do in planning are to make good neighbors. And the site plan agreement is how we do that. We tell them to install a fence or to install trees or all these mitigation measures to try and make the neighbors better, or at least not as offended by the proposed development, right? If you think about just one example off the top of my head, not in this municipality, so it's great we talk about it. If someone's introducing, a brand new sports complex and there's a residential dwelling next door, don't you think we'd want to say, hey, there should probably be a fence there? right? Because now you're having 100 people play ball hockey next to your residential home. So probably there should be a fence there. Maybe there should be some trees there to also act as a buffer, a natural buffer. Things like that are only covered in site plan. We can't, through a building permit process, make people do those things. And so it is kind of interesting because I personally, and this isn't something we're going to write in the comments unless council wants us to, but I think that all of these are more trying to appease developers and they're not thinking about the impacts to common people and everyday people who might live adjacent to these developments.
Okay, thank you for that, Katie. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the motion reads that planning report P26-023 dated May 6, 2026 with respect to Bill 98, Building Homes and Improving Transportation Infrastructure Act 2026 and associated ER road posting numbers ER road 0260312, ERO 0260314, ERO 0260310, ERO 0260313, ERO 0260305, and ERO 0260309 be received, and further that staff be directed to make an ERO submission, including the matters discussed in staff report P26-023.
Yeah, that'll be moved by Member Burkett. And second by Member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. Yeah, I actually asked 3.6 to be pulled, and I was just, I query the year-to-date applications received at 82, and the number of permits totalized for the period to be 39, and there's a discrepancy of 43. I'm just curious, why is there a delta there? If Jeff, if you could answer that, that'd be good.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Part of that number is some permits that are on hold. May have a planning issue or the building permit isn't complete. But a large number of those are they just weren't picked up. People sometimes don't pick them up because half loads are coming. There's still snow. They know they're not going to do the work. So they sit here. That doesn't always happen. Like if you compare it to last year, we had a lot of permits at the end of 2024 that were picked up in 2025. So that comparison looks odd. But I think you'll see when you get April's building report, the numbers will have kind of cleaned themselves up. Because I think since the start of April to today, we've issued 42 more permits. So in that 5 weeks, we've kind of doubled the permits we've issued in the first 3 months. So it's going to start cleaning itself up. And we also still have 25 permits sitting at the counter that are ready for pickup that haven't been picked up. So as we go along, I think the number will start to match the received and the issued.
Thanks for the explanation. And if no one else has any comments, I'll ask for a motion. Oh, Member Burkett.
Thank you, through the chair. What are we going to do with the 1.2 million we're going to get this month?
What's that?
Development charges. I'm only kidding.
That's another problem, development charges, because
So that's a great question. So can we collect them right up when they pick the building, or is it on the final occupancy?
well, it's on the final occupancy, but one of the issues we're dealing with was that announcement about a month ago from the government that says that they're going to reduce the development charges. And then they said nothing else about it. So we have a bunch of people who are building houses, but they don't want to pick up their permit because they're worried that 2 days later, there'll be a reduction in the development charges. They've already paid it. And we have no way of being able to say to them, well, you can have your money back. So that was 5 weeks ago. They made that announcement I haven't heard anything else from that.
Thanks, Jeff. Again, if Allison can read a motion.
Certainly. So the motion reads that the building report for the month of March 2026 be received for information.
We have a moved by Member Minning, second by Member Cox. All in favor? Carried. And then do we need a motion to come out?
Two more motions. So first one is the committee rise and return back to formal council session to receive a report on proceedings of the committee of the whole.
Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Cox. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, and the next one is that the recommendations of the committee of the whole for the meeting of May 6, 2026 be adopted as resolutions of council.
Mover there, member Jansen and member McIntyre. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
No notices of motion, County Council Boards Association Committee summaries. Let's start with Councillor McIntyre.
All righty, we're having a accessibility committee on Friday. Coming up, it's a scheduled meeting. Clerk will chair. And we have committee meeting this evening for the Washago Events Committee for our July 1st parade. We're awaiting clearance from the director, Mr. Burke, about road closures and so on. Been asked by the Lions Club to get the clarification on that as soon as possible. And today we have the Washago community coffee event that goes on every Wednesday. My understanding is that they're going to move it in June month to the pavilion at the park. And that's, I think we're awaiting approval from, I guess it's bylaw to move it down there. And I'm late for coffee. So that's about all.
Councillor Minnings, thank you.
Thank you. No committee updates from me, but one announcement from the West Shore Events Committee. We're having a community-wide garage sale, an annual one on the Saturday of the long weekend. And we'll put a notice up in the community calendar. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Nope, I have no committee updates. Meetings are not until next week.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Yeah, 3 quick ones. First of all, the physician recruitment. Dr. Jillian Fenwick at our last meeting asked us to try to get the message out to the public that they should go to Healthcare Connect website for all the people that are still out there that have a doctor in Toronto and live in Severn. And there are lots apparently. The people that they didn't want to get on the list because you'll probably know you had to give up your doctor to get another doctor, and the lists were brutal. Well, according to Dr. Fenwick, now because of money that Jane Philpott has been able to distribute, you can give up your doctor in Toronto. They're looking for people to be assigned. You'll be a new doctor, and the most she says you'll be on the list is a month. So that's pretty good news. The other thing she was letting us know is that they're working really hard to push for getting nurse practitioners a proper fee system so that we can actually take advantage of that rather important part of our healthcare system. So that's them. Otis Park, monster truck coming up May 9th. Jim, you might want to bring your truck. And Rotary Lobster Fest is May 29th. I don't know if you want to speak to that, Judith, but that'll be held this year in the skating rink because we have a conflict of events. So there'll be a ton of room for Rotary people to sign up. That's it for those two. As far as the Orillia and District Chamber of Commerce, probably the big thing that we're working on right now, I'm on a subcommittee now as of the other day. We are going to try to establish an economic summit sometime before the election this year. And I will, of course, work with Allison and Becky to see how we can integrate some of our stuff into that. But you all know the economy is probably the second most important polling item right now, nationally and provincially. And I think it'll be worthwhile. Also, thank you today for your de facto approval of me going to that nuclear. It's a one-day thing I'm going to be going to in Barrie that I didn't see coming. I will provide you with a report back on why that is relevant to this municipality at either the next meeting or the meeting after that, whenever we might have time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you very much. I just want to highlight 3 events that are coming up in our communities. The duck race is coming up May 3rd. It's hosted by the Coldwater Lions. Always an amazing event. Please come to the community. May 30th. Sorry, I'm not sure what I said there, but May 30th is the date.
Starting at the mill.
And it starts at the mill, the Coldwater Mill. June 6th, the BIA is hosting their community-wide garage sale. And then on June the 20th is Pioneer Day, hosted by the Southeastern Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce at the Brissett House in Port Severn. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, just 2 things with SSCA. So they've started water testing on Tea Lake last week. There's been excellent cooperation with the property owners and the staff from SSCA. So great job there. Secondly, with SSCA, save the date on Thursday, May 21st is the awards. There's going to be municipal awards at 4:30. That's the PCP, which stands for Partners for Climate Protection. And then at 5:45, the Environmental Champions Awards are, and that's going to be at the Brebeuf Center at St. Marie among the Hurons. So it's a great event, and hopefully everyone's invited to that. With the Coldwater Mill, we successfully received funding for 6 summer students, and the positions involve heritage interpretation, historical archivism, landscape technician, and grounds maintenance. So a lot of work getting the grants, and we've got 6 students to promote the mill. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm starving. It's 1 o'clock. Thank you, Councillor Minnings, for those wonderful cookies. I think I would have fainted if I didn't get anything. Hopefully in the future, I won't say anything more, but I have nothing to say. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Do you have a motion?
Okay, so the motion is that, because we have to adopt bylaws first, so the motion is that bylaws number 2026-30 through 2026-32 inclusive are hereby passed.
Seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? That's carried.
Okay, and then it's motion to adopt bylaw 2026-33 and adjourn.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Jansen, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? Thank you. It's carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good.